Many classic horror icons such as Giger's xenomorphs, Silent Hill's Pyramid Head, and other disturbing creatures share common characteristics. Pale skin, dark sunken eyes, elongated faces, sharp teeth, and the like. These images inspire horror and revulsion in many, and with good reason. The characteristics shared by these faces are imprinted in the human mind. Many things frighten humans instinctively. The fear is natural and does not need to be reinforced in order to terrify. The fears are species-wide, stemming from dark times in the past, when lightning could mean the burning of your tree home. Thunder could be the approaching gallops of a stampede. Predators could hide in the darkness, and heights could make poor footing lethal. The question you have to ask yourself is this: what happened deep in the eras before history began that could affect the entire human race so evenly as to give the entire species a deep instinctual and lasting fear of pale beings with dark sunken eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and elongated faces? Be careful out there. Hi, everyone. I thought I'd start the stream off with that short little one. I thought it was a good one. How are you all doing? I hope you're ready to have some spoopy fun tonight as we continue to read through a bunch of different scary stories that I have found online. I also hope you like the bit of ambiance I've given you here today. Amazing mood setter. Thanks, Penguin. How are you doing, Xerxes? I hope you're well. I know you won't be able to stay for very long. Hello, Tiger. Hello, Penguin, and anyone else who may be lurking. I hope you're well. I hope you enjoyed your week. It's Friday night. Kick back, relax, and chill. I don't know, maybe I'm the only weirdo who likes to listen to creepypastas being read out loud while I go to bed. I swear I'm fine. What's the worst that could happen? Also, talk about perfect timing. I completely forgot my parents were going away. So I am completely home alone. That's why I'm here, bedtime. Nice. Yeah, I am completely home alone. And now realizing how many sounds weren't my parents. This house makes some crazy noises. Someone kill his lights. The rest of the house is dark right now. What was really fun is apparently my father was doing something in here before they left. And and he went through that door behind me. So when I came out to my office to start prepping stuff up, the door was wide open. It was not appreciated. It's locked now, it's fine. Plus, you know, that leads to the garage, which was locked up and shut. So I should be alone in the house. Should be. Door will open randomly. I'm doing alright. Been having some fun with Sea of Thieves and have some loose plans with a friend to do the occasional co-op with the game while I stream it. Don't worry, I'll only steal the best ideas from other streamers. Great! Wait, you mean like stealing playing Sea of Thieves? There's plenty of people who play Sea of Thieves. I'm not the only one. Though, I mean, good luck with some of the crazy stupidity that we do. I mean, crashing into an island, everyone can do that. Running over your friend who's in the water trying to swim to the island. Now that was a great moment. But yes, I have, what do I have, 15? Currently, 15 stories for us to read tonight. Some of them short, some of them medium, some of them long. I'm hoping reading through the long ones won't be a problem. And if you guys end up liking these, they may end up on the YouTube. Who knows? And if you guys end up liking these, maybe we'll make it a subathon goal, or a sub goal again in the future. Who knows? I'd love to see other people suggest some of their favorites. I went through and found a couple of my favorites, as well as some that just sounded really interesting. Like that one we just read. It was nice, short, sweet, and disturbing. I thought it was nice. I haven't crashed into an island yet, but I did park a tad close. One of them went boom, lots of damage to the ship. Mm-hmm. Yep, gotta be careful with them Steves and Pauls. They can do damage to your ship. Or, you know, be like us and just detonate each other. That's always a fun time, too. Anyway, the opener story that we read tonight was called Just Be Careful Out There by Anonymous. Written back in 2008. Here, have this live bomb. Exactly. Or, you know, just, you know, chasing someone down, like, lighting it and turning it off over and over and over until they turn around and just blow it up. Also a good clip. Anyway, I hope you are all ready for some fun tonight. I apparently forgot to set my chat layer to slowly fade messages away. Let me fix that. Because apparently, even though it's a different source, it still likes to pretend that it is, there we go. It still likes to pretend it's the same as universal settings and whatnot as my regular chat box, which is kind of annoying. Wanted to have a separate one for this scene that was different, but, you know, had to make some sacrifices. But at least that's now set now, so those will fade. The simple background with the broken cam glitch effect really sets the mood for these stories. I spent far more time trying to set this up. This is made up of a few different effects and a few different layered over each other free clips, like stock footage that I could throw on top of each other. Again, I'm not a very big video editor. So it took me probably way longer than an actual good video editor to do. They could probably make this in their sleep. It's great ambience and just unsettling, yeah. Plus I've got some nice little ambiance music to enjoy in the background too. Time well spent, thank you. Anyway, shall we go ahead and read our next tale? Oh, right. A couple of things for you all to know. All of the alerts and sound commands are silenced during the stream to help with the ambiance. So if anyone comes in trying to activate sound commands, just exclamation point, no sound. Let them know what's going on so they don't think that something's broken and start yelling. And on top of that, I will be unable to read chat while going through the tales. But I will, like right now, take time between each story for us to chat and for me to catch up with you all. So feel free to talk, react as I'm reading the tales, and I'll catch up to it afterwards. Mine fits the ambiance? Sorry! No. I have all sound muted. I wasn't going to go through and pick and choose. All or nothing, baby. This is black and white. Anyway. So the next one is called Lights in the Distance. And again, lots of these stories don't have their authors written in them. If they do, I will share them. But you can find these stories online. A young man, suffering from insomnia, was trying to fall asleep one night. After many minutes, he was still awake as it got more and more late. He turned on his side and looked out the window, noticing 2 streetlights in the distance. He rested his eyes on them and soon fell asleep. The next night, he found himself once again kept awake by his sleep disorder. Remembering the remedy he tried the night before, he turned to his side and looked out the window for the 2 streetlights. He found them once again, and fell asleep peacefully. The next night, his sleeping troubles were back. But he simply looked out the window for the streetlights and rested his eyes on them. But tonight they were flickering every few seconds. He assumed that the bulbs would soon burn out, and as his eyes began to fall shut, the lights finally burnt out. He woke up in the morning refreshed. As he got up, he looked out the window towards the streetlights, hoping someone would come to fix them. However, as he looked, he noticed something odd. There weren't streetlights there. He leaned closer to the window to double check. But still, the streetlights were nowhere to be found. He looked down and noticed small claw marks on his windowsill, as if something was perched there. His insomnia got worse. That's the story of Kess, by the way. I'm glad you were here for that one, Kess, because I literally grabbed that one because I thought of you. Another short and sweet one. Not all of the stories we have are short and sweet. Some of them are, though. But I thought I'd start us off with quick little ones and something a bit, and things that make you think a little bit, and just like a little bit unsettling, you know, sort of try and get you into the mood. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. In case you don't know, I love Edgar Allan Poe. I have his complete works somewhere. I may have actually pulled it out and put it on my bookshelf, I'm not sure. Ravens say a shitload more than merely nevermore. I mean, case in point, Kess. But I like that one. It was like, again, just a little bit unsettling. Makes you wonder. You're laying in bed and looking out your window. What is that light you're seeing out there? Did the neighbors install a new light fixture in their yard? More importantly, why does it seem to be getting closer tonight? Interesting. Thank you, Tiger. The fact that Edgar Allan Poe and Dolly share a birthday, that's weird. That is weird, guys. That is very weird. So how about you guys? Are there different creepypastas out there that you all enjoy? Do any of you like going to like certain places to check out different people who read stories out? What are some of your favorites? I'm really curious. Because if we do this again, I'd love to do ones that you guys suggest. I was born on Dolly's 30th. Cass is literally Edgar Allan Poe and Dolly Parton merged into one, but then converted into a bird. But speaking of unsettlingness with your windows, and no, I don't mean your computer. Let's check out our next story. This one's also a bit on the shorter side, but it's called A Knock on the Window. That was the one we started with. I don't want that one again. Let's go with this one. Oh, the rubber is good. I like the rubber. He's good. He does a lot of good SCP stuff. He's one of the few channels I watch for SCP stuff. Anyway, here we go. A knock on the window. I lay in my bed, restless and alone, on a dark and silent night. I toss and turn in my bed, trying to find a comfortable spot, but I feel uneasy. Something about tonight just didn't feel right. I toss and turn until I finally find a comfortable position. I close my eyes, but it doesn't make a difference. It's too dark in my room to see a thing anyways. I guess it takes time for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I lay there still and silent on a dark and dank night. My body's relaxed. My mind is blank. And I'm ready for some much-needed rest. Instantly, the silence is shattered. My mind fills with fearful thoughts as my startled eyes flash open. It's almost undoubtedly the sounds of fist on glass. But no, it couldn't be. What would someone's motivation be to wake someone alone in their room? Alone in their home? Think logically. If someone wanted to break in, why would they warn me with a knock? They would just break in, making a loud and obvious noise. Or try to be as silent as possible. Why would they knock? Monsters don't exist. I can give myself some peace of mind and simply look out the window. But I'm facing the other way, and I'm too timid to turn my head, afraid of finding my greatest fear standing outside my window. What could it be, though? Maybe a couple of birds flew into my window? No, that's too unrealistic. Could a group of kids be running around late at night knocking on windows to get a few laughs? It's a possibility. Come to think of it, maybe it was my imagination. Maybe I heard the usual creak in the house, and my paranoid mind has mistaken it for a knock. Nope, that definitely wasn't my imagination. Those damn kids are persistent. They don't want to quit until they get that reaction. Maybe some sick, twisted freak standing outside waiting for me to look so he can smash through and attack me. No, don't think like that. Don't think like that. Don't get paranoid. Besides, it's outside. I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Monsters don't exist. Besides, I haven't moved yet. Hopefully those kids will think I'm a heavy sleeper and leave me alone. Can't be kids. No kid would wait around this long just to get a reaction from one lonely guy. They just get bored and move along. But what could it be? Why would a serial killer target me, of all people? Think logically, monsters don't exist. Don't get paranoid. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. But if it's not a monster, some killer, what could it be? Just pretend to be asleep. Maybe they'll go away. God, I can't think of a noise I hate more than that persistent knock. Please go away. Just leave me alone and let me be. There's no hope. It's going to get in here and do sick and horrible things to me. Inhale. Take deep breaths. And feel my heart pound out of my chest. Just relax. Monsters don't exist. Remember, they're outside. I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Repeat. Monsters don't exist. Remember, they're outside. I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Don't let your fear get the best of you. Just pretend to be asleep. Don't move a muscle. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Monsters don't exist. Just pretend to be asleep and pray it'll go away. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Frightful tears begin to drip down my face. Monsters don't exist. Monsters don't exist. I begin to whisper to myself, They're outside. I'm inside. Till I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. They're outside. I'm inside. Till I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go mad listening to these knocks. At least, if I see what it is, I'll have peace of mind. Take a deep breath. I repeat to myself one more time. They're outside. I'm inside. Till I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Take a few more breaths. My heart pounding as hard as it's ever pounded at a mile a minute. I slowly turn my head to face the window. My heart sinks into my chest. I'm too afraid to scream or move. I turn my head to find a pale figure with beady black eyes staring through me, into my soul. It's a horrid grin creeps across its face. He was standing inside the whole time, knocking on my window. I like that one a lot. That one's good. That one's really good. Enjoy trying to sleep tonight. I also like that one because it was also first person instead of narrated. So I got to have a little bit of fun with it. I like that one a lot. Ooh. Ooh. What'd you guys think? I'm curious what you guys thought of that one. That one was pretty dang fun. That one sounded fun. It was fun. I can see it now, someone listening to this while laying in bed and just like, it's okay, the knocking was from the stream. It's perfectly fine. No, nothing's wrong. I'm just watching a stream. It's perfectly fine. Wait a minute. I also hope the knocks came through okay. Sounds like you're getting more relaxed. I'm trying. I'm trying. Well, that's 3 stories in, and we have some very interesting ones that I've got down the line. And I tried to order them in a way that, like, sort of worked together a bit. Like a nice progression. Build up was great. Concussion was interesting. Knocks were perfect. Also, not gonna lie, I hurt my damn hand. I was just smacking the edge of my desk rather hard so it would pick up. Because when I was testing earlier, I was like, I'll just do like a light one and see how that sounds. And it was like, that's me knocking like I normally would on a door. The mic didn't pick it up that well. You were knocking? Yes, I was knocking. Do you think it was a sound effect? That was me. That was just me. Oh, conclusion, not concussion. I thought you had an effect. Nope, that was me. Also, I want to point out that I haven't read all of these. I haven't actually pre-read all of these. So, like, the reason I don't have, like, a sound effect for that is because I didn't know this had knocks. I was just like, oh, a knock on the window, that ought to be cool. Just like, something's knocking on the window kind of situation. But I didn't know that it was going to have a repeated knocking. I thought it was pretty cool. Just remember, guys, monsters don't exist. Till you hear a shatter, you know you're safe. That one was really fun. That one was really fun. So, yeah, the Rubber Tiger, going back to what you were saying when we started that one, I like the Rubber. He's a really good YouTuber for stuff. And he has, like, you know, he has, like, a good voice for SCP content. Like, I like his cadence for it. And his animations are actually quite adorable. Which is funny when you're looking for scary content. Let me pull something up here. Because I've got a few other people I like to listen to for scary stuff. Like, of course, you know, Creepypasta and Mr. Creepypasta are two that I really like as well, and have for a long time. But, like, a couple of years ago, I started looking for more SCP-centric stuff, and then just went down a rabbit hole of a bunch of different channels. So, like, let me try and full screen this here, so I can actually look at my list. For, like, different types of scary stuff... one channel that I like that does a lot of, like, breakdown of online spooky series and whatnot is, Nightmind. Nick Nocturne is great, and he has such a beautiful voice. I love it. And this isn't biased because he's a kitty. A four-eyed demon kitty, but still. I love him. As for, like, SCP content, let's see. SCP Exposed, SCP Animated are both good. Dr. Bob's alright, too. Very, like, reporty for Dr. Bob's SCP content. In a way, it's scary, but I've been listening to The Fall of Civilizations on YouTube. Just the title alone of The Fall of Civilizations, it's like, it's not meant to be scary, it's just fact. Who else? But yeah, Dr. Bob is another one that does, like, matter-of-fact, like, reporting style SCP content. I thought I had another one. Where'd they go? I hate that the YouTube webpage takes all my subscriptions and jumbles them up. I liked when they were in alphabetical order. I don't remember when they made that change, because, you know, on TV it doesn't do that, but kind of hate it. Oh, if you're someone who likes, like, ghost hunting content, Paranormies isn't bad. They've got some pretty entertaining videos of their different investigations they do. I do enjoy them a lot. And their character's pretty fun. Whether it's a character or actually just them, I don't know. When it comes to online content, it's hard to tell. But, yeah, that's another channel I like. Oh, and Nick Crowley has some really creepy content. Because it's all just him reporting shit that is just disturbing. So I do warn you on that one. That one can be a bit more triggering. Like pointing out the dark facts behind what seems to be like completely normal looking YouTube channels that very few people know, and then realizing, oh, this is a person's like dive into madness until they did some terrible thing. I don't know why. I find it interesting. Even though it's absolutely terrible. Listening to the mistakes and such that brought down everyone from the Syrians to the Khmer. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. Usually getting too big for their britches combined with climate changes. Yeah. Yep. I agree on that, Kess. Alright, so. Next up, another fun one. Having to do with similar themes. We have the portraits. There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. Hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. The worst that could happen. As he looked around inside the cabin, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by several portraits, all painted in incredible detail, without exception. They appeared to be staring him down, their features twisted into looks of hatred and malice. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and, exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, the hunter awoke. He turned, blinking in unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits. Only windows. I like that one. Again, another short and sweet one for that one. Now, I don't know if anyone here has done camping or anything like that. I have. Back when I was in the Scouts. And in some of the places we would go camping, there would be just cabins. Some of them would be privately owned and locked up and everything like that. And then some of them would be like smaller, shittier, less taken care of ones that were just like left open so people that needed shelter could get it just in case. I always never wanted to stop at one. Never. Partially because how do I know that it's actually just there for anyone to use and not someone's in the middle of using it? But also partially because, like, I don't want to go into some crazy person's house. And when I was camping, I never used, when I was older, when I was camping, like in high school, I didn't use tents. I always built my own shelters. Because I didn't care for tents either. I liked having my own shelters that I put up. Because then I like had more control over where it was and how it was set up and everything. And I could hear everything around me a bit more. I'm a very, like, especially more so back in the day, I was a very light sleeper. And being able to have control over knowing my surroundings was kind of important to get me sleep. Which is a big reason why, I'm sure there's plenty of other people like this, but I just cannot sleep if the door is open to my room. I cannot sleep if the window is open to my room. Hell, if I'm on the first floor or ground floor, depending on if you're in overseas or not, I can't sleep if I don't have something blocking out my window. Because what if someone's there, looking down at you? It's not fun. What if indeed, Fangs? What if indeed? Hi, Fangs. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. What if someone is standing there, menacingly? Fucking perfect timing with the music. That was good. That was good. All right, so the next story that we have, it's a little bit longer. A little bit longer. I haven't read this one, so I'm hoping this one's good. Comedic timing music. I know, right? Is it comedic timing or spoopy timing? Woo! I hope you're all enjoying this, though. Stare. No, actually, Jordan, I didn't grab Funny Mouth. I decided Funny Mouth and Candy Cove were a bit too difficult for me to do the back and forth between different characters in a forum-based setting. I mean, if people like this, I could try and do that. I'd love to get someone to do the back and forth with me, though, for that kind of situation. Funny Mouth is fairly long, but Jordan, I do have some fairly long ones in here, which are going to be a challenge. The next one's a little bit longer, but it's not as long as some of the ones we have. Let me see here. Looking through. Oh yeah, that one's a little bit on the longer side. Yeah, that might be the longest one that I have right there. Actually, it's just very dense. Very dense. This one might actually be the longest one. You guys can't see it. I'm just hiding it from you. You'll have to wait. I have to sit patiently. Yeah, but don't need to add on to them. I mean, like I said, I'd love to be able to do... If we end up doing this again, I'd love to take people's suggestions so I can read their favorite ones. And if someone suggests one that's literally just like a shitpasta that's supposed to be not taken seriously and just hilarious, I can give it a funny voice or something for it. Or I can just try really hard to sound serious while reading it. Who knows? But again, I haven't read all the ones that we have tonight. And if you're wondering why I'm not immediately jumping into the next one, it's because I'm trying to not only blow through all the stories at once, but I'm also trying to not... What's the word? Destroy my own voice? That makes sense? I'm just trying to take breaks. And I've got all three types of things that can help me out. I've got a bit of my generic cola, which, by the way, not spoilers for those of you who are here. We are working on trying to set something up that will be interesting for you all. And one of which is the ability to be able to turn your own drinks into Worst Heroes branded generic cola. I can't wait until we get more stuff done so I can release that. That'll be fun. But I also have some tea here as well, and of course I've got a nice big bottle of water, which I'll probably be refilling at some point tonight, as I have already drank about a third of it, trying to keep myself hydrated and keep my whistle wet, if you will. Let's go with this track. I don't remember this one. Yeah, sure, why not? This one's unsettling. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this so far. We're only about 50 minutes in tonight. Generic cola. Thanks, Penguin. Here, let me take a sip of that generic cola you got for me. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Oh, Jordan, by the way, the account that you reported last night, already gone. Already gone. Twitch already got rid of it. talk about scary stories. Last night, as we were getting ready to end, we got one of them dreaded famous bots that decided to follow us. The true scariest story of all. You got an email about it? Whoa, I didn't know that. That's dope. Last night. Hey, Nin, how you doing? Yeah, last night. Also, can we talk about how absolutely creepy Worstbot is without noise? Like, he is unsettling. He is unsettling with this music going on. Just staring at you. Watching you. Nin, don't leave. Please. I love you. Yeah, they sent you an email? That's dope. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. That won't last forever, trust me. What, me loving you? It will last always. Always and forever, Nin. I will always love you. You can't escape. I'm already outside your house. This is pre-recorded. Sorry, I just figured since we're doing creepypastas, I'd just creep on Nin. How's your night going, Nin? You home today, or are you at work? Tired as always, you're home. Well, hopefully I can help you enjoy your... I would say your night, but I know you're not. You just woke up. So now that you're awake, you're probably the safest of everyone here. Because you're not going to be falling asleep again until the sun is up. But as we were mentioning before of different YouTube channels, I'm one of the things I used to do, and I liked watching, were different ghost hunting shows. And I liked watching the more amateur style ones, the ones that didn't become like so matter-of-factly like Ghost Hunters became. I don't know, I find it stupid fun. It's the closest thing I can get to enjoying a reality show. So I'm constantly trying to see if I can find any like interesting ones out there on YouTube. And Paranormies is one that I found that I actually am enjoying so far. I am enjoying it. Hello, Sarah! How are you? How is your night going? I've been awake since 4, actually. Hot damn! The last 2 hours I was installing a Stream Deck under my desk mount. Nice. Going good? Nice. Thank you for shouting out, Sarah. The lovely Sarah over at Butterscotch Gaming also streams with their bestest friend ever in the whole worlds and potholder, X Chapters. We played D&D over there. And, well, we don't anymore, sadly, but I'm sure at some point I can try and sucker Sarah into joining me for some other D&D styled content. I'm sure I can. Hey, Sarah. Also, it was Sarah's birthday recently. Did you guys know that? It was Sarah's birthday recently. Can you believe that Sarah turned 20 again? You can't change my mind, Sarah. You will be 20 forever in my eyes, you gorgeous human being. Was it you or X playing Tales of Arise? I turned 25 and I'm 25 to the day I die now. It was X? Okay. Hot Morph! Sarah, you're not old. You're always going to be 20 in my eyes. Anytime I see you, anytime I hear your voice, I'm going to be like, man, that is a beautiful 20-year-old woman who is amazing, independent, and will sass your face off if you try and fight her. 20 times 2 plus 1 equals 20. Exactly, see? In years, I'm 32. In real life, and biology, I'm 25. In years, I'm almost 35. But depending on which part of my body you're checking, I could be between 30 and 90. Especially with all the issues I've been having with my brain. Which totally, you know, doing a creepy stream isn't at all a cry for help about my fading mental state. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I sometimes have the mind of a 12-year-old boy, and that's perfectly fine. Everyone should sometimes have the mind of a 12-year-old boy. Everyone. Because it's just fun. It's when anything could just make you giggle. But we're not here tonight for giggles. I'm the height of a 12-year-old. Aw, Fangs, you precious little bean. Mentality varies. Jordan's a computer. 35 for a computer is damned old. I'm only 5'2". I need a steppy stool for everything. I'm 6'4". I need to duck for everything. Anyway, but yes. Let us continue on to our next tale. And I will catch up with chat again afterwards. Also, I feel like I set it to have chat start fading, and it's not. So let's try and reset that again, and see if it'll work. Does explain a lot. Have you done the Russian one? There's a lot of Russian ones. Oh my god, I could become famous! No way. Goodbye. I'll see you in your dreams. But yeah, I haven't, if I'm thinking of the right Russian one you're thinking of, I have not done that one. And I'm not going to spoil what is on my list. You'll have to wait. You'll have to wait. But, talking about a moment ago, different spoopy YouTube channels and paranormal channels, let's go on to this next story that seems like it sort of fits in. Potentially. I haven't read the whole thing. It's a bit lengthy. Not the longest, but it's a little bit lengthier than the other ones. It's called Room 308. My friend Mark and I love exploring abandonments. We've been doing it for years, and I'm telling you, it never gets old. Constant creepy feeling, finding new areas, guessing at the history. It's almost addictive. From the first time we did it, we were hooked. Still, you can only explore houses for so long before you have to move on to something bigger. That's what led us to what happened last year. There was this huge, abandoned hospital near us. Just a few towns over. Never seen it ourselves, but knew it had been abandoned for several decades, having closed down in favor of smaller, more modern hospital. Mark shot me down the first few times I suggested it, since he was worried about getting caught by the police. Eventually, I was able to convince him, though, putting out that they'd probably just tell us to leave. It was around 7:30 p.m. when we left, but it was summer, so the sun was still out. On the way there, we went over the plan one more time. The hospital was pretty isolated, and the area around it was overgrown. The idea was to drive to a parking lot about a quarter-mile away. From there, we'd sneak through the bushes, and by the time we got there, it would be dark enough to walk across the last paved stretch to the front doors unseen. When we got to the parking lot, we stood by the car for a few minutes. The road next to the lot went by the hospital, and we wanted to get an idea for the traffic, and therefore our chances of being seen. It seemed like our odds were pretty good. In the 10 minutes we waited, only a single car went by. Next, we checked our supplies, for each of us, of course. A flashlight, bottle of water, some disinfectant, box of Band-Aids, cheap radio. When we inevitably decided it would be creepier if we split up, it would be good to have a nice cheap radio. As I started for the trees, Mark tapped me on the shoulder. I almost forgot. I got this from the library earlier. He reached into his backpack and retrieved a rolled-up piece of paper. It's a map of the building. For the fire exits and stuff, you take it. I asked, doesn't a map kind of defeat the purpose of exploring? We'll only look at it if we have to. If one of us gets hurt, it would kind of suck to bleed to death looking for an exit. Alright. Why do I have to take it? Because one of us means me. He had a point. In the years we'd been exploring, we'd had 3 total injuries. All of them were him. I put the map in my back pocket, and we started towards the hospital. Just as planned, it was dark when we got there. Because of the surrounding trees, we couldn't make out a clear silhouette of the building against the sky. Shining our flashlights on it showed a brick exterior and 3 floors. Most of the windows were broken. The main entrance was wide open. One of the double doors was on the ground nearby, with the other nowhere to be found. Most definitely, we were not the first people to check it out. Which we expected. I don't think we've ever had to break in ourselves. And we went. The place was in really bad shape. The floor was covered in dirt. Most of the doors had been kicked in. And there were holes in most of the walls, indicating that thieves had taken the copper wiring. There was also loads of water damage. With all this, do I even have to mention the graffiti? The first floor was probably the most interesting. It had the cafeteria, staff room, and by far most interestingly, the morgue. There was even a set of tools left behind. As a rule, we don't take things from abandonments. But at the time, we really wanted to. We went up the stairs to the second floor. There, most of the doors were intact, and there was no graffiti. I guess the teenagers looking for trouble were too lazy to climb a set of stairs. The thieves had motivation, though. There were just as many holes in the walls as downstairs. It was at this time, as always, Mark wanted to split up. I tend to take my time, and he moves pretty quickly in comparison. I go for details, he aims to see everything. Because of this, I knew he'd end up far away from me. It was alright with me, though, as I kind of liked the silence. The creepiness of a big part of what makes it fun. And if he didn't split us up, I probably would have. The second floor was mostly just patient rooms. Beds, tables, nothing much. As I was exploring, I could hear Mark's footsteps upstairs. They'd go a distance, stop. I'd hear the faint sound of a door opening, and then I'd hear him move away. He really had gotten ahead. I'd only explored about half the floor, because I then came across a relatively large sitting room, which was in the middle of the building. It was actually pretty well illuminated by moonlight. Thanks to the large window that made up one wall, looking out, I could see the paved front area we had entered from. Didn't really need a flashlight, so I turned it off. There was a coffee table in the center of the room, surrounded by 4 old sofas. I sat down at one of them for a water break. It was pretty creepy, just sitting there alone, expecting everything bathed in a dull blue light. Kept seeing things out of the corner of my eye, but in that light, this was expected. I was just putting my bottle away when I heard my radio crackle. Hey, I'm kind of lost here. Can you help me find you? Mark said. I would have been annoyed at having to use the map, but after seeing things for a few minutes, I was kind of creeped out. Wanted to get back together. Alright. What's the nearest room number? I'm in room 308. Okay, you're in the east wing, 3rd floor. Where do I go from here? Walk so that the numbers are descending. There should be a staircase next to 301. About 2 minutes went by, and I was about to try talking to him again when he came back on. Okay, these stairs are blocked. Where are you? I answered, I'm in a sitting area in the middle of the 2nd floor. I take it you're next to 301 now? Yeah. Okay, now you want to move in ascending order then. There should be an employee staircase next to 349. That leads down here. Across the hall from the sitting room, according to the map, was a staff lounge. This is where the stairs went. After 10 more minutes, I could hear Mark's footsteps above me, and once again the radio crackled on. These stairs right here? Yep, I can hear you moving above me. As I listened to him walk off, I went to the door of the staff lounge. On the other side, I could hear Mark descending the steps and walking across the room. When he reached the door, the knob jiggled, but it was locked. I yelled through the door to unlock it. Strangely, he answered through the radio, even though he was just on the other side. Lock is broken. You'll have to open it for me. I really don't like damaging sights, but I was way too freaked to keep sitting there by myself while I led him to another staircase. I backed up, got ready to kick the door down. Just as I was about to kick it, my cell phone rang. I practically jumped through the ceiling. I answered the phone. What? Christ, you scared the crap out of me. You've been scaring the crap out of me. It was Mark. I asked, what do you mean I've been scaring you? You weren't answering your radio. I've been waiting outside for like 20 minutes. Where are you? I went back to the sitting room and looked out the window. Sure enough, there he was on the pavement. Okay, I'm on the 2nd floor. Big window in the middle. Saw him look around for a second. He said, yeah, I see you. It was then that I heard a loud series of bangs. I ran into the hall and the staff room door was shaking with each hit. Whoever was on the other side was wailing on it, trying to get out. I turned around and tore out of there. I met up with Mark outside without a word. We ran through the woods to a parking lot. We got in the car and sped off towards his house. When we got there, I told him what had happened. And he gave me his experience. When I went ahead of you to the other end of the 2nd floor, I tried to go upstairs, but it was blocked by debris. But I heard footsteps up there. I kept trying to get you on the radio to ask how you did it, but you weren't answering. Thought you were screwing with me, but I was creeped out. I waited for you outside, and eventually thought to try your phone. I was thoroughly freaked, but he still had one last detail for me. One more thing. Remember when I called you? You asked if I could see you? I did see you, but I didn't want to say anything then. I could swear I could see people in the 3rd floor windows as well. Ooh. That was room 308. That one wasn't bad. Makes you wonder. Because, like, I could see some people's argument saying, oh, maybe it was just, you know, squatters up on the 3rd floor. But then who was on the radio? Talking to him. And following his directions. That almost led straight to him. That one was fun. It wasn't over the top. It was just enough to tickle it, if you ask me. Like, they could have tried to go for something bigger. But I kind of just like that little bit of unsettlingness. Especially if you're someone who likes to do any sort of investigating, or even just doing some urban exploration into abandoned buildings and whatnot. Tiger, ooh. What'd you guys think? That usually makes it creepier because it's still there. I know, right? Also, big lesson to learn here. If you see something concerning, don't You might think it would be a good idea to tell your friend. But that could just make them panic and make mistakes. Trying to keep calm and get him to just get out of there is probably a good choice. Just imagine if he had told him about the people he saw. What could have happened differently? Also, good timing on calling the cell phone. Not bad, not bad. Let's see here. That can make Phasma weirder from the outside truck perspective. Just being out in the truck and being like, everything's fine. Just, yeah, why don't you get yourself out here and we can discuss what to do next. Get outside and they're like, the ghost was right behind you. It was ready to fucking kill you. What do you guys think? How am I reading these? Am I reading them all right? I know I stumbled a couple times, but... One of the things I've noticed since I got sick is that words jumble for me a bit. Like, my eyes are reading them fine, so I don't think it's dyslexia, but then my brain is jumbling it afterwards. And then, like, replacing words with other ones that are not the right word. I'm sure you guys have noticed that on streams before. I have brought that up to my doctor. It's part of the things we're going to be testing for. Dyslexia isn't just a word jumble? Really? As my friend who has dyslexia, go on. Educate me, please. I'm not making a joke about that. It's a learning disorder? Okay. I can completely miss words or even objects in front of my face. Yeah, but, you know, that could just be boyfriend syndrome, Penguin. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Tiger's just standing in front of you like, are you paying attention to me? Penguin's just looking right past her, just going, man, it's weird being home alone. But no, I'm just making a joke. Where people know about the words moving or changing, it's everything. Every discussion, object, time. Oh. Interesting. That's more than I knew about it. Yeah, I do know that's one of the things my doc wants to test for. Ugh. So, quick update on the health side of things. My doctor has, like, I don't know, a dozen tests lined up for me whenever I get support. Whether it's Medicare or something like that, or something else. And I've got sent out today in the mail paperwork for lawyers to get to work. They're going to start doing their thing. And apparently, my parents... The person my parents talked to about their retirement stuff is a vet with PTSD who had to file for disability for a while, and one of his buddies is high up on the food chain when it comes to disability stuff. So she has his contact now. So hopefully, after a year now... Oh my god, it's been just over a year. The last time I worked, I think, was on the 18th of August last year. Hopefully, we'll finally get some progress on that. And then I can go and get my brain poked at and get those overnight tests done. So when that stuff happens, I'll keep you all updated, so you don't worry. It does mean that there's a chance that we'll miss some streams. Especially with the ones that I'll be doing where I'm going to be staying overnight at a lab. But I'll keep you guys up to date. Don't worry about it. You do not recall what you just said or saw. Oh. I do get that now. I actually do. And not just streamer brain either. Like, it's one thing for streamer brain, it's another thing for just, like, something I notice in my regular life now. Interesting. I'll talk to my doctor more about it. Because I know one of the things that we are looking into is anything run up in here. Which, there's got to be something going on, just from my daily fainting alone. The real creepypasta is my life. Sorry, I had to. Anyway. So, the next story we have... It's called White with Red. This one I read a bit of... And I will say, it's okay. I'm hoping I can read it well for you, and I really am curious as to what your opinions of this one are. Again, it's a bit subtle, but also a bit eh. Again, we'll talk afterwards and see what you guys think of this one. White with Red. A man went to a hotel and walked up to the front desk to check in. The woman at the desk gave him his key and told him that on the way to his room there was a door with no number that was locked. No one was allowed in there. She explained that it was a storeroom, that it was out of bounds. She reminded him of this several times before allowing him upstairs. So he followed the instructions of the woman at the front desk, going straight to his room and going to bed. However, the insistence of the woman had piqued his curiosity. So the next night, he walked down the hall to the door and tried the handle. Sure enough, it was locked. He bent down and looked through the wide keyhole. Cold air passed through it, chilling his eye. What he saw was a hotel bedroom, like his. And in the corner was a woman whose skin was incredibly pale. She was leaning her head against the wall, facing away from the door. He stared in confusion for a while. Was this a celebrity? The owner's daughter? He almost knocked on the door out of curiosity, but decided not to. As he was still looking, the woman turned sharply, and he jumped back from the door. Hoping she would not suspect he had been spying on her, he crept away from the door and walked back to his room. The next day, he returned to the door and looked through the wide keyhole. This time, all he saw was redness. Couldn't make anything out besides a distinct red color, unmoving. Perhaps the inhabitants of the room knew he was spying the night before. He had blocked the keyhole with something red. He felt embarrassed, and he had made the woman so uncomfortable, and hoped she had not made a complaint with the woman at the front desk. At this point, he decided to consult her for more information. She sighed and said, "Did you look through the keyhole?" The man told her that he had, and she said, "Well, might as well tell you the story of what happened in that room. A long time ago, a man murdered his wife in there. We find that even now, whoever stays there gets very uncomfortable. But these people are not ordinary. They were white all over except for their eyes, which were completely red." Again, I feel like this one could have had more. Like, you had a pretty decent decent start there. But I feel like they could have done more with it. Because it's just like, okay, weird. Perhaps the ghost of the murdered wife with red eyes staring back at him through the keyhole. But I feel like they could have done more with it, you know? Added more to that factor. Like maybe she followed him, or maybe the thought of it just started bugging him, you know? That's my thought on that one. What do you guys think? And the bot has been removed. Wow, that was quick. Twitch now knows that when Jordan reports someone, they should listen. But yeah, what'd you guys think of of White with Red? Again, I feel like it could have had more. Like, it had some decent promise, but it could have had more. Heroes, I'm back! Hey, Thanatos! You've missed the first hour and 20 minutes of this. I'm sorry. You have missed the first 6 tales that we read tonight. You'll have to catch them later. It was okay. I feel like if they expanded on the end of it, like maybe instead of him just being like, weird, Red, I'm gonna go talk to the lady at the front desk and be like, I did it bad. I think instead it would have been good if instead, like, the man was just like, that's weird, I feel bad about it, went back to his room, and then he just started, like, having issues with it. Like, maybe he's trying to sleep and all he could see was red. He hears a noise in the hallway, looks through the peephole, and all he sees is red. Like, I feel like that could have built it up better. I missed because my girlfriend wanted to spend time together. I was at her house. Ooh! Ooh! Nice. Need a little more from that one? Yeah. Just a bit more. Like, it didn't need to be overdrawn, super long. Just a bit more to add to the creepy factor to make him want to go to the front desk. Not just, I looked again and maybe there was tape. I'm gonna go talk to the front desk and be like, I'm a big old asshole. And then the girl at the front could have just, you know, instead of being like, let me tell you the story. And also they were weird. They were pale with red eyes. Just be like, shouldn't have done that. Here's the story. This is why we warn people. You're gonna have to go and hope that she doesn't follow you. That would have been cooler. Like, I feel like that would have been more unsettling. I wish it was ooh-worthy. I just spent the time helping her set up IKEA furniture. Ooh! IKEA furniture, you say? Ha! Ha! Tiger! Setting up furniture? That is the peak of sexy time, isn't it? You know what they say? If you and your partner can set up IKEA furniture together and not hate each other afterwards, you're doing good. Doing good. Think of it like a team building exercise, but at the same time a gamble. Could be putting the furniture together and then, where'd that damn screw go? And you look at your partner and you're just like, have you seen the screw? And they look back at you and go, you had it. And you get confused and a little frustrated because you've been working on this for hours. That silly little Allen wrench. And you're just like, hey, are you sure? I don't have it over here. You sure you don't have it? Then they accuse you of calling them a liar. And then the anger starts. They get defensive and aggressive. You get defensive and aggressive. Next thing you know, a monster shows up and eats you both. I don't know. I was trying to make it into a creepypasta. Absolutely, that's why I only build furniture by myself. Dude, when I'm building furniture, like this desk, building this desk was probably the easiest piece of furniture I've ever built. Because I was smart and had a fucking power drill. That had hex heads that I could attach to it. Every other desk and furniture I've put together, I've had to use Allen wrenches, and I have my own set of Allen wrenches, so I don't have to use the little tiny one they have. And it still frustrates me. She handed me a bag of wooden pegs and said, if your friend asks why you took so long, just tell him something about the pegs. Oh, I see. So breeze into pegging, huh? Thanatos bent over, thinking everything was all fine, just picking up the next piece he was going to work on. Next thing he knew, he felt the peg. Alright. I'm sorry. Okay. So we've gone through 6 of our stories so far. We still have another 8, sort of, kind of 9. I have one in here that's a joke, for bio specifically. If any of you are on the Discord, you know what I've grabbed for that one. Sadly, I don't know if bio will be by tonight, but I'll still clip it and send it to him, because it'll be short enough. It'll be short enough. And it's one of his favorites. But I'm saving that one for last. But this next one, it's just a bit weird. And you can miss it. This one I have read. In fact, I read this one practicing with Jordan. And this one, you can easily miss. I will say that. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I will say for this one, pay attention. So this one is called Ability. I live in Osaka, Japan, and often use the subway to go to work in the morning. One day, when I was waiting for the train, I noticed a homeless man standing in the corner of the subway station, muttering to himself as people passed by. He was holding out a cup and seemed to be begging for spare change. A fat woman passed by the homeless man, and I distinctly heard him say, "Pig." Wow, I thought to myself. This homeless man is insulting people, and he still expects them to give him money? Then a tall businessman went by, and the homeless guy muttered, "Human." Human? I can't argue with that. Obviously, he's human. Next day, I arrived early at the subway station and had some time to kill, so I decided I'd stand close to the homeless man and listen to his strange mutterings. A thin, haggard-looking man passed in front of him, and I heard the homeless guy mutter, "Cow." Cow, I thought. The man was much too skinny to be a cow. Looked more like a turkey or chicken to me. A minute or so later, a fat man went by and the homeless man said, "Potato." Potato? I was under the impression he called all fat people pig. Huh. That day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the homeless man, his puzzling behavior. I kept trying to find some logic or pattern in what he was muttering. Perhaps he had some kind of psychic ability, I thought. Maybe he knows what these people were in a previous life. In Japan, many people believe in reincarnation. I observed the homeless man many times and began to think my theory was right. I often heard him calling people things like rabbit, onion, sheep, or tomato. One day, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to ask him what was going on. As I walked up to him, he looked at me and said, "Bread." I tossed some money into his cup and asked him, "Do you have some kind of psychic ability?" The homeless man smiled and said, "Yeah, indeed. I do have a psychic ability. It's an ability I obtained years ago, but it's not what you might expect. I can't tell the future, read minds, or anything like that." "Well then, what is your ability?" I asked eagerly. "My ability is merely to know the last thing somebody ate." I laughed because I realized he was right. He said bread. Last thing I had eaten for breakfast that day was toast. I walked away shaking my head. Of all the psychic abilities someone could have, that one must be the most useless. So did you catch it? Tiger got it. Tiger caught it. I like that one because it just sort of glances past it. Just that little Probably because I'm a foodie. I just love that one so much for that. Because, like, the first time I read it with Jordan, I read through the whole thing, and I'm on a Creepypasta website. I get through the whole thing, and I just go, wait. And then I had to read it again. Because, like, I was just like, why is this on a Creepypasta website? Ooh, he has the psychic ability to see what people ate last night. Oh. I like that one. I like that one. Again, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing, like, over the top. It's such a kernel. Such an appetizer, if you will. Fun fact, that homeless man said human to me as well. It was weird. So, I don't have a whole lot. Actually, I think this might be the only one. Let me check. Yeah, I don't. Okay, yeah. So, I have only one video game creepypasta. Because a lot of video game creepypastas are shitpastas, let's be honest. Even the ones that were good have now, in the years since they were written, become just stereotypical. Like, too many other copycats out there that it just sort of ruined them. But this next one that I have, I actually kind of like. It's an interesting concept to me. And again, if we do this again, or if I have more energy and time once we're done, I don't know how much the rest of these are going to take to read. Maybe I'll take suggestions from you guys. But if we do this again, I'll make it an option for subathons if you guys enjoy it. I'll let you guys toss out some of your suggestions. Maybe we'll get some funny ones, and we'll get some like extra spooky ones and whatnot. But I'd love to be. I mean, I'd love to hear honestly your feedback on this, because a couple of people I have already said to before we went live tonight, I've never done a stream like this, and we have, you know, we use the voice actor tag, or at least we normally do. It looks like it cleared all my tags out. Jordan, if you would be so kind as to re-add my tags, or are they actually there? I can't tell, but double check for me. Twitch changed the tag system and it keeps clearing them out for me, so I'm not sure if they're actually there. But yeah, if you guys like this, I would love to hear your feedback on the stories I read and how I read them, so that I can either do them better, or, you know, if it is something you guys want to see again, because we could do it again, and I could get your suggestions. We could get some, maybe some more popular ones, maybe read certain people's favorite SCP stories. I wanted to put SCP stuff in here, but I actually was struggling to figure out how I would do the SCP stuff, because the SCP reports are just reports. They're bureaucratic. The stories are hard to sift through to find the good ones, and I don't have any good ones off the top of my head to pull up, so yeah. It's also cool to submit scary stories if you want to read them. Exactly. But yeah, we use the voice acting tag, and, you know, if this is something that people end up enjoying, like, it's been a long time since I tried doing voice acting for mods, but I'd look into maybe doing more again, whether it's mods or games or whatever. Again, no idea if that'll even work. I don't know if I'm any good. This is all up to what you guys think, to let me know if I'm shit or good. Am I a shit pasta or a creepypasta? But this next one is based on a video game. And if you're a PC gamer, an older PC gamer like myself, or a connoisseur of classic PC games, it may tickle your fancy as well. And if you are someone who's read different game creepypastas, you may have come across this one. This one is called Pale Luna. In the last decade and a half, it's become infinitely easier to obtain exactly what you're looking for, by way of a couple of keystrokes. The internet has made it all too simple to use a computer to change reality. An abundance of information is merely a search engine away, to the point where it's hard to imagine life as any different. Yet a generation ago, when the words streaming and torrent were meaningless save for conversations about water, people met face to face to conduct software swap parties, trading games and applications on Sharpie-labeled 5 1/4-inch floppies. Of course, most of the time, the meets were a way for frugal, community-minded individuals to trade popular games like King's Quest and Maniac Mansion amongst themselves. However, a few early programming talents designed their own computer games to share amongst their circle of acquaintances, who in turn would pass it on, until, if fun and well-designed enough, an independently developed game had its place in the collection of aficionados across the country. Think of it as the 80s equivalent of a viral video. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside of San Francisco Bay Area. All known copies have been long disposed of. All computers that have ever run the game now detritus, buried under layers of filth and polystyrene. This fact is attributed to a number of rather abstruse design choices made by its programmer. Pale Luna was a text adventure in the vein of Zork and The Lurking Horror, at the time when said genre was swiftly going out of fashion. Upon booting up the program, the player was presented with a screen almost completely blank except for the text. You're in a dark room. Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner, along with a shovel and a rope. There is a door to the east. Command. So began the game that one writer for a long out-of-print fanzine described as enigmatic, nonsensical, and completely unplayable, as the only commands the game would accept were pick up gold, pick up shovel, pick up rope, open door, and go east. The player was soon presented with the following. Reap your reward. Pale Luna smiles at you. You are in a forest. There is a path to the north, west, and east. Command. What quickly infuriated the few who've played the game was the confusing and buggy nature of the second screen onward. Only one of the directional decisions would be the correct one. For example, on this occasion, a command to go in the direction other than north would lead to the system freezing, requiring the operator to hard reboot the entire computer. Further, any subsequent screens seemed to merely repeat the above text, with the difference being only the direction available. Worse still, the standard text adventure commands appeared to be useless. The only accepted non-movement related prompts were use gold, which caused the game to display the message not here, use shovel, which brought up not now, and use rope, which prompted the text you've already used this. Most people who played the game progressed a couple of screens into it before becoming fed up by having to constantly reboot and tossing the disc in disgust, writing off the experience as a shoddily programmed farce. However, there is one thing about the world of computers that remains true, no matter the era. Some people who use them have way too much time on their hands. A young man by the name of Michael Nevins decided to see if there was more to Pale Luna than what met the eye. 5 hours and 33 screens worth of trial and error and unplugging the computer cords later, he finally managed to make the game display a different text. The text in this new area read, "Pale Luna smiles wide. There are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide. The ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide. Here, command." It was another hour still before Nevins stumbled upon the proper combination of phrases to make the game progress any further. Dig hole, drop gold, then fill hole. This caused the screen to display "Congratulations! 40.24248, negative 121.4434. Upon which the game ceased to accept commands, requiring the user to reboot one last time. After some deliberation, Nevins came to the conclusion that the numbers referred to the lines of longitude and latitude. The coordinates led to a point in the sprawling forest that dominated the nearby Lassen Volcanic Park. As he possessed much more free time than sense, Nevins vowed to see Pale Luna through to its end. The next day, he, armed with a map, a compass, and a shovel, navigated the park's trails, noting with amusement how each turn he made corresponded roughly to those he took in-game. Though he initially regretted bringing the cumbersome digging tool on a mere hunch, the path's similarity all but confirmed his suspicions that the journey would end with him face-to-face with an eccentric's buried treasure. Out of breath after a tricky struggle to the coordinates, he was pleasantly surprised by a literal stumble upon a patch of uneven dirt. Shoveling as excitedly as he was, it would be an understatement to say that he was taken aback when his heavy strokes unearthed the badly decomposing head of a blonde-haired little girl. Nevins promptly reported the situation to authorities. The girl was identified as Karen Paulson, 11, reported as missing to the San Diego Police Department a year and a half prior. Efforts were made to track down the programmer of Pale Luna, but the nearly anonymous legal gray area in which the software swapping community operated inescapably led to many dead ends. The collectors have been known to offer up to 6 figures for authentic copies of the game. The rest of Karen's body was never found. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Because it's not like some of the other video game creepypastas where it's like, strange entity came out of my video game cartridge. But instead was actually a game programmed to basically give up where you buried a thing. I got some ooh, very nice. It's like that story where all of Bob Ross's paintings are the locations of the bodies of people he killed. Oh my god, I'm not surprised that someone has that as a conspiracy. God forbid we let Bob Ross be Bob Ross. But geez, that would be so many bodies, Sarah! But yeah, Pale Luna was a story that when I found it with Jordan, I remembered reading it years ago. And when I was younger, yeah, one of the first games I played on PC was Doom. It turned out fine. I also played Wolfenstein 3D. The old, like, Commander Keen and Duke Nukem before it went 3D. Like the 2D scrolling Duke Nukem games, I played those. But I also played text adventure games a la Zork. Sadly, I don't remember the ones that I played. Because again, without visuals, it was kind of hard to remember. And I sucked at them because I was a child. That one was really immersive. I loved Pale Luna. It was a good one. It was a good one. And the fact that it just, like, picked at my nostalgia of old gaming. Oh, love it. Also, I apologize. That voice apparently reverberates in my sinuses enough that it just wreaks havoc on me, apparently. Like, it's just like a slight tickle. I had to hold in a sneeze for the end of that. God, that would have been great. As we're getting to the end of it, it's just... Achoo! Which isn't how I sneeze, but still, I sneeze much louder than that. Not as bad as my mother, though, right, Tiger? Tiger's met my mother. But I like that one. That one was a good one. And it was one of the longer ones. What about your mom? Her sneezing is loud. Way louder than my sneezing. Ah, thanks, Worstbot. Yeah, speaking of a video game creepypasta, did you know that we're partnered with Humble? I do know they're currently doing, if anyone was interested, they are currently doing, I think they're still doing, a Resident Evil bundle, where you can get Resident Evil 0 through 7 and a 50% coupon for Village. And I think it also comes with Revelations 1 and 2. Just speaking on creepy shit in games since my bot posted the link and I keep forgetting to tell you people. I'm supposed to do that every stream. I'm a bad partner. Shook the Machias house, I remember. Yes. Yes. I have been... Tiger, imagine this. I'm on a road trip with my mother in a small sedan. Just me and my mom. And she starts having a sneezing fit with the windows closed because it's raining. I went deaf. Like, all I heard was ringing. I don't know what was worse. My time being a percussionist for my ears or my time in the car with my mother. The real horror. But yeah, I'm also going to really quickly take a quick potty break. So if you all want to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, grab a snack, we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue. We are starting to move into the longer creepypastas that I have. And again, I haven't, like I said, some of these don't have an author attributed to them. That last one was by Mikhail Honorides. I cannot read that name and I apologize. But there's the name for you. I'm going to post it so it's right there and, on the screen and so you can see it in chat. That was who wrote Pale Luna. But yeah, we're moving into some of the longer ones and the next two I feel are interesting stories. Interesting stories. So I hope you guys will enjoy those when we come back from break. But yes, go ahead and get yourselves a snack, stretch your legs, maybe get a drink. Or use the restroom too if you need to. I know I need to. But I'll be right back, everybody. Hi. How you doing? I am back. No need to panic. Though I did have two things that, now that I'm in this house by myself, that I noticed that are kind of unsettling. My parents have in the kitchen, underneath like the hanging cabinets, those lights that are motion sensed. So they're like little faint lights that'll turn on when they notice motion. And one of them was constantly turning on. And I was like, that's weird. Of course, I went to investigate and realized that it was just because the window in there, the shades on it move. Because, you know, drafts and whatnot. So that would be why that one gets set off all the time. But still, like, perfect timing. I'm used to my parents leaving the kitchen light on, so I never noticed it. And then at the hallway that leads down to the restroom, my bedroom, and the guest room, straight at the end of the hallway is the door to the guest room. And for some reason, my mother thought a great thing to do would be right when you're like looking straight down the hallway, door open to the guest room, on the wall you're staring at, there are two, one on top of the other, frames, glass frames that have like a picture and whatnot in them. You know, so that if you're walking down the hall and it's dark, you just see an outline of a person in that room. Like, I swear, I think my mother sets this shit up just to see if she can creep people out. So weird. So weird. But anyway, I hope you're all ready for some more fun. We've been going for about 2 hours now. And I hope you guys have been enjoying this. Like, I hope my voices have been doing them well. I hope. Just keep telling me. Just be like, heroes, your shit, just stop. No, I can't say that. If I do, Nin's here. He's going to start saying it, and then I will feel defeated and actually stop. But yeah. So, our next one is a medium-length one. And, it's a bit, how do I say it? It's a bit wordy. So I hope I don't stumble on it. But this one I did read a bit of, and I actually really do like it. Really do. This one is by Dark Sparks, with an X at the end. Dark Sparks, from 2015, titled Public Restrooms. It was late, right around 8 p.m. For November, this meant that the shadows of the night were already engulfing the world. It wasn't cold out, though. The wind was gentle and carried with it the smells of foliage thanks to the various gardens that littered the campus grounds. I sauntered along the sidewalks while admiring the weather. I love the night, especially when the stars were out. Unfortunately, they couldn't be seen from here even on the clearest of nights since the college was located just outside the city. A friendly squirrel suddenly crossed my path, coming mere inches to my feet before looking up at me and chattering as though I had done it a misdeed. Didn't appear frightened at all, so in a sudden motion I stomped at it. The creature, rather than skittered off, lay flat on the ground. I felt like I could possibly kneel down and pick up the creature if I wanted to. However, I had been attending this campus for months and knew from experience that the little thing would run off just sort of contact. So instead, I continued on my way. I had a destination in mind and could not be delayed any longer. Just ahead, along the outer edge of the campus, was the only women's Sorry, I stumbled on that really hard. Just ahead, along the outer edge of the campus, was the only women's restroom left open at this hour. The campus itself usually shuts down early on Fridays, so I was lucky there was at least one left unlocked, especially considering I had an hour's drive home ahead of me. Quite honestly, I didn't feel like stopping at a gas station for such a purpose this late in the day. Turning the last building, I finally arrived at the lonely structure. It could have served as a concrete outhouse in my opinion, but then again I had no knowledge of such things. It was just a small building with a single purpose. I looked behind me as a gust of wind caught my attention. The parking lot was a few yards away, surrounded by the flat green lawn of the college. The campus buildings themselves were dark and shadowed, most of which were no longer holding classes at this time. When I saw no one there, I continued on my way. The door screamed in protest as I entered, rust-covered hinges flaking away in a flurry. The sound reverberated in the small room. As was normal for bathrooms, the floor was linoleum. The walls were bare white, and a single yellow light illuminated the 6 stalls lining the back wall. There were only 2 sinks and a single roll of paper towels hanging from above the trash bin. I passed by, and as per usual, the stall beside the handicapped. I always felt bad whenever I entered a handicapped stall, since it was designed for those who had trouble using their regular toilets. When I was younger, I took delight in the more spacious stall, but now I knew better. Regardless of popular belief, women's restrooms don't exactly smell better than the men's room. For various reasons, it's always smelled worse. I would know. In high school, I had once been dared to enter every men's room on campus. I did, of course, being the daredevil I was. This time it smelled worse. As though something had died and been left to rot in a small hanging trash box along one of the stall walls. Knowing the sorts of things that would have normally been thrown in there, I didn't feel the urge to investigate and set my mind to finishing my business. It wasn't until I finished that I heard it. A slight gasping sound, as though someone with asthma was in the stall beside me. Not having heard anyone enter the restroom, I did the immature thing and looked. I leaned forward and tilted my head until I could see under the wall to my left, allowing me to peer into the 4 stalls beside mine. At first I didn't see anything. They were all empty, so I figured the sound was probably coming from the handicap stall behind me. Before I could turn my head, however, I noticed a pair of legs drop down from the stall at the far end. That's when I realized someone had been standing on the toilet in the first stall. The legs were bare, probably meaning the owner had a dress on or shorts. As for the missing shoes, I wasn't certain. People don't wander the city shoeless. Not that I knew of, anyway. Relieved at finding the culprit, I sighed and closed my eyes, ready to sit up and leave, when something else happened. A head popped down from the last stall. Obviously belonging to the same person as the legs, although something had seemed off about her. She seemed to be a brunette with wild, unkempt hair. Her skin was very pale, as though she hadn't seen the light of day in years. The features on her face were more prominent, thin and shadowed. She looked rather young to be attending college, maybe a high school freshman. Either way, her cheeks and her eyes were unnaturally sunken in. Her eyes, however, appeared to be pure black. Now I was 4 stalls away from her and making all kinds of judgment calls on the girl when I realized I had just been caught peeping at her. This was rather embarrassing, so I immediately sat up, blushing furiously. Should I apologize? Do people do that in public restrooms? What about her eyes? I shrugged off the last question, figuring it was just a figment of my imagination. They probably only looked that way because she was so far down that I couldn't see her properly. She most likely had some really dark brown eyes or something. I stood prepared to leave the stall and promptly walked my embarrassment off. I heard something else, something unusual. It was a shuffling around, as though someone was sliding under the stall walls. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, realizing how strange the situation had become. Why would she be climbing under the stalls? Was she lost? Autistic? It certainly would explain her appearance. Maybe she wandered away from her guardian. Decided to play in the women's restroom. It's never locked after all, even after hours. I decided I'd call the police and report her in case she was a missing person. I also didn't want to scare her off since she looked so sickly. Poor thing was probably starving. So, resolving myself, I sat back down and leaned over, only to find the girl looking at me from 1 stall closer. I originally was going to try and get her name, but stopped dead as my eyes looked in the sight of her. Her eyes were black, alright. Black as coal. Her skin was pale and cracked in places, as though it had dried up and no longer held a drop of moisture. Her throat, which I didn't notice before, had what looked like a slit along the... There was some sort of dried, darkened residue along the edges. However, I couldn't make out the rest of her since it was only her head peeping out from under the stall. I couldn't identify the rest, but at that point, I didn't want to. This thing wasn't human. Fear gripped me as I sat up. My nerves were put on edge, and my breath had begun to quicken. I had felt as though my heart would pound right out of my chest. If I had tried to run out of the bathroom, I would have had to run past her. I closed my eyes as images of it leaping on me and tearing me to shreds started to fill my head. How could I get past it? I don't know how long I had sat there panicking, but I did notice when it started moving again. Although this time I heard thumping sounds as though it were hitting the walls gently. My heartbeat skyrocketed as if I had tried to remain calm. Happy to have already done my business, for a moment I considered just running past it. It was my only chance since I had no other options. Then I realized something. It stopped. I began to strain my ears, trying to locate the creature by sound. I heard nothing. Gasping noises were gone, and I no longer heard the thing shuffling or banging along the floors and walls. Was it still there? I knew I had to look. There was a chance it was standing by the exit now, or worse. It could be just outside my stall. I had to make my mind up as I contemplated the possibilities. Eventually, I manned up and took one last look under the stalls. I glanced to the left and find the thing missing. So, having unconsciously held my breath, I glanced towards the exit. Nothing. A wave of relief washed over me in time for a shuffling sound to my right to catch my attention. Before I could process what it was, I whipped my head around, fearing it to be staring back at me just inches away from the stall I'd never bothered to inspect, only to find a pair of hiking boots. It took me a moment to register this. There was someone in the handicap stall. But when did they get there? Who cares? There was something else in here with me, and although I had no idea who this other person was, in the wake of that thing, I felt at ease knowing I wasn't alone anymore. As usual, my sense of relief was short-lived once I noticed the gasping sound coming from inside my stall. I froze for what seemed like an eternity before I managed to glance up. There she was. A blast of fetid air washed over me, much stronger than the original stench from before. Her face was contorted in anger. Her wild hair was knotted up and flying about her head as those dark pits sneered into my very soul. Her mouth was molded into a fierce grimace, crackling her lips, and revealing rotted teeth. It was then, while looking into the monster's eyes, that I came to a revelation. It was hungry, and it wanted me. That thought was the only motivation I needed to make a bolt for it. I slammed so hard into the stall door that the lock broke clean off as I stormed through the exit. I wanted to run to my car, to drive home, to curl up in my bed and pretend it was all a bad dream. I would have if it weren't for the girl I'd nearly ran into. We nearly collided, but I managed to swerve out of her path just in time. The girl was wearing a rather trendy mini jacket, slightly torn jeans, and a white tank top. She gave me a strange look before going into the restroom. I should have said something, maybe warned her about what was in there. But as I stood, once more straining my ears to hear the slightest sound, silence fell upon me. A few more moments and I began to piece everything together. Realization flooded my thoughts as things began to make sense. Whoever was in the handicap stall must have had their feet pulled up when I first walked in. They were probably recording the sounds, hoping for screams or worse. They were filming me in the stall. The other girl was probably some really well-dressed actor who was there to scare the crap out of any poor soul who wandered in. Well, screw them. Turned on my heels and hurried to my car, cell already out. I informed the police of the dirtbag who had been filming me in the stalls. I knew that filming anyone in the bathroom, was prank or no, was illegal. I said they'd look into it, and I was able to drive home worry-free. Oh, how I regretted that. The next day, I arrived on campus only to find it locked down and swarming with cop cars and officers. A girl had been murdered in the women's restroom last night. Estimated time of death, 8:34 p.m. It was the girl I ran into. Apparently there had been a series of murders in the city. A man had been spotted on some of the sites leaving the women's restroom where the girls were found, who would apparently wait in the handicap stalls until the girls headed for the sink to wash their hands. Then he would come out from behind them and slit their throats. Whatever that thing was in the bathroom, it actually saved me. I like that twist. That's freaking me out. It reminds me of having to stop alone at a rest stop at night. Scary. Chills. But more importantly, I like that twist. The monster, the angry monster, was a previous victim. The cut around her neck was the giveaway. At least that's what I interpreted from it. Is a nice chill? Yeah. Also, you're all welcome for picturing me in a women's restroom. But I like stories like that. I like creepypastas like that. Where the big, terrible thing isn't the big, terrible thing. I like that. I find those types of stories, like, intriguing as all hell. And I will say, this one, I didn't fully read beforehand. I read, like, the premise first paragraph, and then I read the final line. And I was like, I don't want to read the rest of this. I want to wait. Just that last line alone sold me. Also, if you're thinking about the girl that did get killed, which is sad, what would she have done? Like, while running out of the bathroom, just be like, there's a monster in there, don't go? The girl would have just thought she was, like, high or something. I mean, if someone ran out of a bathroom late at night, I mean, it's not that late at night, but in the dark of night, screaming there's a monster in the bathroom when you really need to pee, you're just gonna be like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'll have whatever shit you're smoking. That, and I thought the school, the campus setting, was a good one to try and get you, Sarah. So I'm glad to see that it was giving you the chills. But I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one. Hope you guys did too. And again, that was Public Restrooms by Dark Sparks. Or at least submitted by Dark Sparks. Again, I can only guess given the limited information I get on these sites. Public restrooms at night alone is what was scary to me. But Sarah, what about the girl staring at you from underneath the stalls? Sarah's just creeped out, and then there's a girl in the other stall just creeping on her, and she's just like, "Hey, what's up?" "Ah, good, you're not alone." "Great, how you doing?"
Need me to hold your hand? But I like that one. It was good. It gave more. Because I mean, think about it. That could have ended at many points. Hold paw. That could have ended at many points and been not as good. Like, it could have ended with the girl peeked at me from down the stall. Who was it? It could have ended at, you know, her crawling across. Hell, it could have ended just with her running out of there, and that would have been it. The part I really liked was the subtleness of the original noise coming from the handicap stall. It's like, when it comes to creepypastas, like, there's many ways that you can end them. And it's like, when you try and figure out that balance, how much extra do I add? Where it's, like, get it to a good point without going too much. You know? Because, like, opposite of White with Red, if this one had more, like, after she got out of there and then the creature kept following her, or the man chased after her or something, it would have been too much. Whereas with White with Red that we read earlier, that one was just too little. It leaves you wanting more. I think that this one had like a nice balance of that middle point. Nice middle point. Definitely. This next one is not as long, but it is another interesting one in my opinion. I guess for this one, it might hit more for people who are either older or from rural towns growing up. Because I can say, even though I have very little memory of my childhood, I can say, like, even back in high school, I'd go with friends and we would just go around different places. We'd hang around following the old train tracks that were no longer in use. We'd hang out at abandoned housing complexes. There was one that we had in my hometown. I'd go to in high school. There was this housing complex at the top of one of the tallest hills, and it had, like, it was just enough out away from, like, the stores and whatnot that you could see the sky super well. It was a great spot to just go and hang out, because there was no, like, the local police didn't care if you went and hung out there. It was an abandoned housing complex. The company that was building it went bankrupt and just left everything behind. So the cops didn't care. So we could go park there and cops would not come and question it. We could just hang out there and check things out. You couldn't do things like start a fire or anything. That would immediately get them over there because, again, it was one of the tall hills away from the shops. Anything like that was very easily noticed. But it had like a nice view over the town. Had a really good skyline you could watch. It was nice. It was a good spot. I don't know if anyone else has ever done anything like that growing up, where they hung out at like different places where like no one really goes. And I'm bringing this up because the next story we're going to be reading, which was submitted by just Creepypasta Indexer, so again, don't know if that's the original author. It's from 2013 and it's called The House by the Tracks. Let's grab a different track for this one. How's this one? Yeah, The House by the Tracks. Summer of 1986 was, for the most part, pretty typical. I was 10 years old at the time. So we were doing the things 10-year-old boys love to do, like swimming, riding around on our bikes, playing Little League games. The area I grew up in was very rural, populated mostly by farmers and their kids. Nearest town was Deweese, with a population of under 100. And while it didn't offer much for kids to do, we usually didn't have a hard time making fun on our own. One Friday, me and my friend Kevin, Mike, and Scott decided to walk the train tracks that went out of town. Already familiar with what was down the tracks to the east, we decided, let's explore the western stretch. The tracks leading west out of town were far more raw, as they cut through the tree-lined valley that extended for miles, with the trees forming a canopy that made it feel more like a tunnel than a path. About 2 miles down the tracks, we came across an old rundown house about 100 feet from the tracks. There were no apparent roads leading to it, which led us to think it was probably an old abandoned farmhouse. The house was badly in need of maintenance, with flaking paint and broken boards on the porch. However, there was a strong feeling that someone still lived there and was probably not at home when we stumbled across it. We entered the house, and it was as run down on the inside as it was outside. Furniture was very old, with rips and scratches all over. The air had the faint smell of smoke, not like cigarettes or cigars, but more like a fireplace, though I didn't see a fireplace or a fire-burning stove inside. The wallpaper was faded and peeling away from the plaster walls. Lots of knickknacks were on display on shelves and curio cabinets. Being the mischievous boys that we were, Scott grabbed a vase from a shelf and smashed it on the floor. Nervous laughter erupted among us, followed by a brief pause before Mike and Kevin joined in on the juvenile vandalism. I'm stunned to see how freely my friends were destroying the stuff. So I panicked and ran from the house, thinking that somebody lives there or owns that stuff. I didn't want to get into trouble. An hour later, I've arrived at home. Saturday morning, I woke up and enjoyed cartoons and cereal, like I did every Saturday morning. However, I couldn't shake the guilt of what my friends did to that house. After lunch, I reluctantly made my way back to the house and knocked on the door. A few moments passed before I saw an old woman come to the door. "Hello there, young man. Can I help you?" Yes, ma'am. Me and my friends were here last night, and I broke some of your things. I wanted to come and apologize." "Yes, I know. I caught the other 3 boys in the act. Anyway, it's really not that important. It shows a lot of character that you came back to apologize. My name is Maggie. Would you like to come in and visit for a few minutes?" I agreed and entered the house again. From what I could tell, the house had been cleaned up following our rampage. I even noticed the vase that Scott smashed sitting back where I'd seen it the night before. She must have had another one stashed away somewhere. We sat in the living room, and she asked me typical questions like my name, my interest, etc. A few minutes of banal pleasantries passed before she paused and said, "Now, where are my manners? Would you like some milk and cookies?" Naturally, I took her up on the offer. As she left to go to the kitchen, I realized that I completely forgot about my baseball game later on that afternoon. Bolting from the chair, I tell the woman, "I'm sorry, but I forgot I have a baseball game this afternoon. I'm going to be late. I'll come back another day." Before she can protest, I'm already out the door and heading back home. Again, I found myself running away from the house for a second time in 2 days. I made it home just in time to leave for baseball. But we had to forfeit since my friends didn't show up. I must have been grounded after getting caught by Maggie. She tattled to their parents about the vandalism. After spending more time thinking about how I left the day before, I started to feel guilty for leaving the old woman so abruptly. So I decided to unburden myself to my dad. I explained what we had done, how I'd gone back to apologize. My dad looked at me with an unconvincing smirk. "Sure you did.
You were in Crazy Maggie's house. Except that about 40 years ago, the angry mob barricaded her in that house and burned it to the ground after the bodies of 7 missing children were found buried on the property. My eyes opened wide. A combination of terror and disbelief. Perhaps my dad is just messing with me? But I still pled with him for about 20 minutes that I was telling the truth. Frustrated with my tenacity, Dad said, "You can still see the graves from where each body was discovered. Let's go, I'll show you." Reluctantly, I agreed, and we arrived at the house roughly an hour later. To my surprise, that's exactly as my dad said. The house was no longer there. Only the foundation and the burned and rotted frame remained. Did I imagine the whole thing? My dad told me about the history of the house and the tragic story of the grisly murders. He beckons me back behind the house to a point where the bodies were discovered. We round the corner and he spent a few moments to inspect the area more closely. That's odd. I thought there were only 7 murders. Why do I count 10 graves? I like that one. Oh my god, Mad Maggie! Oh my god! What'd you guys think of that one? I liked it. It's a little twist. Nothing too ridiculous. I like it because I can sort of relate to the whole going with friends and finding abandoned locations and whatnot. Thought it was very nice. What would have happened if he didn't have the baseball game? Would he have been grave number 11? Or was his apology enough to save his life? Would it have mattered? The questions. The questions! So many questions! Alright, let's see here. So we have 4 more serious creepypastas. And then a silly one. Coming down to the final 5. But, as you've noticed, they are getting longer. What's this one sound like? Ooh, I like that. It's just like a unsettling kind of noise. But yeah, I like that one. I think I did okay with the granny's voice. Oh, dearie. I didn't want to do the mama voice from Night in the Woods. Because that mom voice is precious. I'm also taking a little bit of a break before we go to the next one. Because the next couple stories... The first one is shorter than the second one. The second one being much longer. The next couple stories are going to be a bit more wordy. I feel. A bit more complicated with the verbiage used. Because the next 2 stories are going to be... And I want to warn people now, the next 2 stories may be a bit much. Because the next 2 stories do dig into something that Sarah brought in. They dig into crazy experiments. They dig into messing with the mind. Paranoia.
Madness. And I want to warn people ahead of time. To be ready if you want to hear them. Because as we know, I both enjoy the style of horror that taps into that, but also get a bit hit myself from it too. So I don't want to cause anyone any untoward discomfort. I'll be doing the shorter one first, followed by the longer one, which, spoilers, Sarah, is the Russian sleep experiment. Because you are right, it is good. It is good. But the first one, which is shorter, is called Gateway of the Mind. So you can see, Sarah, why I'm saying right now, why I'm warning people, potential trigger. And this is a really good track to really unsettle you for him. Trigger shell immense. But again, I want people to know that if you do have problems, I apologize. Not my intention to harm you. That's why I'm giving you the warning. If you still want to listen and you have trouble, feel free to reach out on our Discord. Please. Okay? I have problems. Tiger's just like, I am the problems. I'm all out of my soda, so no more bubblies to help my throat. Oops, I didn't mean to make that clank. Comedic relief! Exactly. So let's move into the next one. Gateway of the Mind. This one is from November of 2009. And it is written by Anonymous. In 1983, a team of deeply pious scientists conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. They believed that the five senses clouded our awareness of eternity, and without them, a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing left to live for was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all of his senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, he could not hear, he could not taste, he could not smell, and he could not feel. With no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world, he was alone with his thoughts.
Scientists monitored him as he spoke aloud about his state of mind in jumbled, slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head. Assuming it was the onset of psychosis, the scientists paid little attention to the man's concerns. 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking with him. And even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued, but were not convinced until the subject started naming dead relatives of the scientists. He repeated personal information to the scientists that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of scientists left the study. After a week of conversing with the deceased through his thoughts, the subject became distressed, saying the voices were overwhelming. In every waking moment, his consciousness was bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response. He begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. The tactic worked for 3 days, until he started having severe night terrors. The subject repeatedly said that he could see and hear the deceased in his dreams. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his non-functional eyes, hoping to sense something, anything, in the physical world. The hysterical subject now said the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and the end of the world. At one point, he yelled, "No heaven! No forgiveness!" for 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed. The scientists were convinced that he was close, so close to establishing a contact with God. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientists rushed into the test chamber and restrained him to the table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, the subject had to be manually rehydrated due to his constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head and, despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with the scientist for the first time in the study. He whispered, "I have spoken with God. He has abandoned us." His vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. Short, but gah, like that one. Man interrupting Gundam D&D script writing? No, you're not, Card. Card is so hell-bent on thinking I'm going to throw in some absolutely terrible thing. You're safe, I swear, right, Tiger? How are you doing, Card? Hey, heroes, I'm back. I told Bree I'm listening to heroes say creepy stories, and she said put me on by the laptop I want to hear. Emotional terrorism! Oh, so does that mean that Bree can hear us?
Hello there, Bree. I hope you're doing well.
I think she should put you back in timeout. So what did you guys think of that one? I know that, sadly, Thanatos, I think you came in towards the end of that one. That one was a good one. The next one's a long one, though. And Card, I know you don't care for scary stuff. So I apologize. Timeout, Kinky. She says, hello there. General Kenobi! I put 3 voice making 10 times scarier. What do you mean? Doing good. Gonna finish Xenoblade 3 tonight. Then set an alarm to wake up early enough to level my character. Oh god, you still haven't leveled your character. Reminder for our Gundam D&D party members, make sure you're leveled up. For those of you curious, just to give a little promo, tomorrow around noon Eastern Time, we're going to be starting with episode 12 of our Gundam D&D campaign, 0079 Bronze Enigma. And we do have a playlist that has all those episodes as well. She said the timeout is for terrible puns. Bree, you know he's going to do another one. You know he is. I know he is. And you deal with him more often than I do. So clearly, you must know. It's all in good fun. She's not that kind of bitch. Good. I went to the living room with our big TV and turned on computer and turned up my phone so your voice was echoing places in the dark room. Good job, Penguin. Penguin trying to get the full creepy experience. Very good. Very good. Very, very good. You know, Bree, if you so chose, you could go to twitch.tv, create yourself an account, and then follow us here at twitch.tv/theworstheroes. And then you too could be watching at the same time. And you can see the strange-looking large man that Thanatos keeps watching for some odd reason. I will say, I am having a ton of fun with this, actually. I really am. I hope you guys are too. I would love to make this a sub-goal again, so that we could do more stories and let you guys suggest some stories for me to do. Because I am having fun with it. I know I started the night off really nervous, because I haven't done anything like this on stream before, or even on content before. Just all focused around my voice acting. So, I'm hoping you guys like it. I'm hoping it's coming out good. I will likely be putting all of these into their own playlist on YouTube. Join us. Join us.
It's okay. It's safe here. Nothing bad will happen.
10 out of 10, no criticisms. Aw, thank you. We won't bite much. Said 9 out of 10, not enough puns. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to suggest some shit pastas so I can read them with a proper shit pasta voice. Anyway, that's another story done. We have 3 more serious ones and then 1 joke one that I specifically threw in here for Bio. And again, I know that he's not here tonight, but I'm planning on clipping it and sending it to him. Or one of you guys can clip it when I do it. I'm fairly certain it'll fit in a clip. I'm fairly certain. That made me squee. Nice. Very nice. I'm trying to make sure that I'm good for this next one. This next one is, I think, the longest one for tonight. So I'm giving you guys this opportunity. If you need to get a drink or something, go ahead and do that, because this one's going to be a long one. I already refilled my water on my last break. which I may pause to sip from while I'm reading this. And I apologize if I stumble on any words, because this one has some very denseness to it. And again, a reminder, like I did before the last one, warning, trigger warning, this will go into themes such as mental issues and psychosis. So do be careful. Do be warned. Can you do a few 2-sentence creepypasta tonight? Sure. I don't see why not. Because the one that Bio wants me to do is like 3 sentences. Also, Thanatos, since you came in late, I highly recommend checking out the stuff we did first. There were some really good short ones, and I really like how I started the stream off. I feel like I started the stream off really well. Oh, God, yes, Sarah, I love those. Oh, I love those. Yes, I love those. We're going to take a quick break before we go into this, before we go into the Russian sleep experiment, which is going to be a long one. We're going to take a break because I completely forgot about the amazingness that is 2-sentence horror stories. I love these. I fucking love these. I'm going to do a few of these. We can watch the VOD back tomorrow. Nice. And Jordan wants a pun. Here you go, Thanatos. I'll do it in a creepy voice. Hold on. Let me get a good track here. Oh, here we go. Okay. If you think that your computer, laptop, and phone spying on you is scary, then think again. Because your vacuum cleaner has been gathering dirt on you for years. I hate you so much, Jordan, but I like that I actually did that in a creepier way. I hate that so much, Jordan. I hope you die. Bree, save me. Dun dun dun! Alright, here we go. Here are some 2-sentence horror stories. There was a picture in my phone of me sleeping. I live alone. My sister says that Mommy killed her. Mommy says I don't have a sister. You hear your mom calling you into the kitchen. As you're heading down the stairs, you hear a whisper from the closet saying, "Don't go down there, honey. I heard it too." The last thing I saw was my alarm clock flashing 12:07 before she pushed her long, rotten nails through my chest, her other hand muffling my screams. I sat bolt upright, relieved it was only a dream. Then I saw my alarm clock read 12:06, and I heard my closet door creak open. This is a good one. I can't move, breathe, speak, or hear, and it's so dark all the time. If I knew it would be this lonely, it would have been cremated instead.
My daughter won't stop crying or screaming in the middle of the night. I visit her grave and ask her to stop, but it doesn't help. The doctor told the amputee he might experience a phantom limb from time to time. But nobody prepared him for the moment, though, when he felt cold fingers brush across his phantom hand. Growing up with cats and dogs, I got used to the sounds of scratching at my door while I slept. Now that I live alone, it's much more unsettling. I woke up to hear knocking on the glass. At first I thought it was the window, until I heard it come from the mirror again. Oh my god, this one's terrible. After working a hard day, I came home to see my girlfriend cradling our child. I didn't know which was more frightening. Seeing my dead girlfriend and stillborn child, or knowing someone broke into my apartment to place him there. Some people have way too much imagination for these. Yeah, there's some two-sentence horror stories. There's a whole site of them. There's a whole list of them that Sarah sent me. There are, on this site alone, 52. Attending his funeral today was really scary. It might have been the constant muffled screams I heard, or the worry that someone noticed dirt on my hands. Oh, that one's bad. Oh, God. Okay, I'm done with those. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for those. There are some good ones in there, though. There's some good ones, and there's some that are just very dark humor. Alright. Again, we are going to go over and now do the longest one I think I have for the night. Russian sleep experiment. Which again, trigger warning. Be careful. Reach out if you have any problems. Walk away if you need to. Let's find a good track for this one. Yeah, okay. The Russian sleep experiment. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep, but no bedding. Running water and a toilet. And enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past. And the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4th day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it. Or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering into the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smearing page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming from 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at the very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We're opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door, lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond. "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas, filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state of any of them life. The food rations past day 5 had not so much as been touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined, All 4 surviving test subjects had also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth, as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all, of them were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated, but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh, that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine, and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. When heart was seen to beat for full 2 minutes after he had bled out, to the point where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach, and just repeating the word "more" over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begged for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through 4-inch-wide leather straps on one wrist. Even through the weight of 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under. In the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy, the test subject that died on the operating table was found. It was found that his blood had triple the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn. He had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery. He only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested reluctantly they try the surgery without anesthetic.
did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure, replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of a drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak still was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might, first left, then right, then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off the pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now, his brainwaves showing the same flatlines as the one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brain out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. I won't be locked in here with these things, not with you! He screamed at the man strapped to the table. What are you? I must know! The subject smiled. Have you forgotten so easily?
We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread.
The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out.
So nearly free.
God, that one's graphic. That one still gets you? Dude, it still gets me. Even reading it. Fuck. I struggled at a few points. That ending, though, yeah. But yeah, that was the Russian sleep experiment. By an unknown author. It's a downside when it comes to creepypastas. You either get a username or nothing. You rarely get a person's name. Rarely. I need to change tracks. I realized while reading that, you know, you guys know that I hate disembodied whispers. I really hate the sound of disembodied whispers. But apparently, the sound of stomping coming towards you with nothing there also fucking triggers that. So I triggered myself with the sound effects. Yeah, that was Russian sleep experiment. What'd you guys think of that one? How are you all doing? Are you okay? Does anyone need to talk? That one was pretty graphic. I'm going to go to sleep now before they come for me. Alright, Sarah. Heroes, I want to do it. You want to do what? You loved it, Thanatos? Good. You want to do what, Tiger? That ending was great. Have you not heard of Russian Sleep Experiment, Thanatos? I know you love scary story stuff. And that one is like a classic. "30 days, let's go." No, Tiger. No. No. No, don't do it. I still need art from you. Also, I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. No, I haven't, but I don't read a lot of creepypasta. Ah. So a night like tonight is actually new shit for you, Thanatos. That's pretty good. Keep the gas on. No, Tiger. No.
So nearly free.
Bad Tiger. Don't do it. We love you. Also, I'm worried that you'll just become stronger. And I'm worried about that. You already threatened my life enough. I don't need you to have more power. You're already pretty powerful. Oh, but that one was pretty long. That one was pretty long. We still have 3 more to go. 2 more serious ones, and then 1 joke one that I want clipped for bio. Now here's the question. For those of you who know what I'm talking about for the joke one, who may have noticed in the Discord the other day, should I read it in a serious tone? Or as slapsticky as possible? Or I should say as shitty as possible. That's going to be the question when we get to that one. But the next 2... Serious? Okay. We'll do that one serious. I just hiccuped like 5 times. Oh my god, I'm dying. No, heart attack. Perfect night to die on stream during a scary story night. That being said, I do need to use the restroom. We're going to take another quick break. I'm going to go use the restroom. Do what you need to do. And again, if anyone was pushed a little too much from that one, let us know in chat. Please. We'll take a break and we'll talk with you if need be. Okay? Don't worry about it. It is perfectly fine. But yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, grab a snack, and I'll see you real soon. Hi. I'm back. Oh no, he's a ghost? I'm a ghost! Joke's on you, I've been a ghost this whole time. You can see right through me. Right through me. Anyway. I hope you all have been enjoying. This has been kind of fun. Is it a pun when it's real? I mean, the lightning strikes right through my head. Case in point, basically. All right. Wet my whistle after that one. All right. So the next couple stories, our last two serious stories that we have for tonight, I like them a lot. I like them because of reasons. Reasons that if I gave them, it would ruin the stories. And I hope you guys like them too. Because the one that we're going to be doing last, for the serious ones, is probably one of my favorite ones that I heard years ago. And this one I'm about to read gave me similar vibes to it, and I liked it. This one is a first-person one. Sorry about that. So the next one that we have here... Do we have an author for this one? Let me look. No. Once again, no author. Sadly. But this one is called Always With You. I am always with you. I was there from the time you were born. I stood in the delivery room, staring down at you before you could even open your eyes to see me. Your family and doctors couldn't see me there in the corner, watching you with cloudy eyes. But I was there from the time you were born, and I followed you home. I was with you always, your constant companion. You played with your toys alone, while I stared from all angles in nearby mirrors. My matted, clotted hair with oily sweat that hung off my dented forehead like glue. I accompanied you all the time, drifting behind your mother's car on your ride to preschool. You thought you were alone in the bathroom, but I was on the other side of the door. Wind whistling through the bruised hole in my throat. My arms twisted and hanging in their sockets,
as I stood hunched on the other side of the shower curtain. I wait and follow you. I follow and drift behind you. I'm not seen. I'm almost non-existent in light. You never saw me that morning as I sat across from you at the breakfast table. A shiny red clot hanging from an empty tooth socket as I gaped grotesquely at you. I wonder sometimes if you know I'm there. I think you are aware, but you never understand just how close I am. I spend hours of your day doing nothing more than breathing, gagging really, in your ear. I crave to be close to you, to always wrap my crippled arms around your neck. I lie near you every single night, cloudy eyes staring at your ceiling, underneath your bed, at your sleeping face in the dark. Yes, you caught me staring occasionally. Your parents came running down to your room one night when you screamed. You were just beginning to talk, so you were only able to cry out. Man in my room. You thought you'd never forget the sight of me, with my collapsed jaw hanging to my chest, swinging back and forth. I sank back into the closet, and your mother was unable to see me, though you pointed and pointed and pointed. You thought you'd never forget when they left that same night. You saw the closet door crack so softly, and me crawling across the floor to your bed on all fours, shambling and jerking movements as I pushed myself under your bed on disjointed limbs. You learned a new word for me. Boogeyman. Not quite the monster you thought I was. I'm just waiting and following you always, stroking your face with my knotted fingers as you sleep. You'll see me again soon. Any day now I'm coming, blunt and brutal. One day you'll walk across the road, and I believe I'll plow into you with a loud roar and a screech. You'll roll on the pavement. Roll under wheels, blunt force, metal fenders, and my fingers touching your face again and again. You'll stare up from the cold pavement with cloudy eyes. Your matted, clotted hair hangs in your face, and your jaw is unhinged and swaying against your chest. You'll see me, and notice me approaching. No one else will see me. You'll stare past them into my eyes, and I'll leer down at you for the first time in your life. Something like a smile will come over my face. You'll swear you're looking into a mirror, as clotted bits of scarlet bubble from our mouths. I'll lead down past the doctors and the ogling people and pick you up with my crooked arms. Our faces will touch. My wings will unfurl, and then you'll have to follow me. And I am always with you, for I am your guardian angel.
I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. What you guys think? Did you see where that one was going? Was that a nice twist? Or I have you all stunned silent, I don't know. I like that one for its descriptiveness. And I like it because it like gets you thinking that it's something dark and terrible. Only to realize that it's essentially taken the form of when they die. Makes you wonder, that thing you saw in the closet growing up, what was it? I really like that one. Something about the tone of it as it gets to the end just gets me. It's like, cool. Like, step on your grave chill, you know? I tried to give it a decent voice. I hope that voice was good. And not, like, cringy or anything like that. Oh yeah, I like this one. Coming close to the end, everybody. We're coming close to the end. This next one is a pretty long one. But I really like this one. Like I said, this one here is the last serious one of the night. It's personally one of my favorites. I hope I can do it justice reading it. But it is a decent length one. So I hope that I can do it well. And I hope I don't stumble too much. Ooh. Sorry, looking at the page for it. Some of these pages have like random artwork with them. And this one's picture is just kind of weird. I don't know what to make of it. But this next one is written by... I actually have an author for this one. This one was written by Michael Whitehouse. And this one is called The Melancholy of Herbert Solomon. I guess we'll just jump right into it. The Melancholy of Herbert Solomon. On several occasions, my interest in the supernatural has taken me to some of the most prestigious seats of learning in the entire United Kingdom. From the venerable halls of Oxford and Cambridge, to the more humble surroundings of inner-city colleges and schools. My pursuit of evidence is to substantiate such claims has rarely been fruitful. However, while exploring the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, I found a rather interesting tome hidden away in a dark and musty corner of the campus library. The book itself was unusual. Its cover bound in a weathered and blackened leather, which, unashamedly, wore the wrinkles and cracks of time. It dated back to the 16th century, and seemed to contain various descriptions and accounts of the daily lives of the people of Ettrick. a small isolated town built in the South Moorlands of the county. Pursuing the volume, I just went full dyslexic, sorry. Perusing the volume, there were a variety of entries from a number of authors, spanning a 60-year period. It seemed to have been handed down from town elder to town elder over time. And to be quite frank, most of it contained idle musings on the townsfolk and plans for a number of humble building projects and improvements. Just as I was about to conclude that the book was of little interest to me, I noticed on the inside of the back cover that someone had drawn a picture. It was elegantly depicted, but I would never have described it as a pleasing sight. In fact, my immediate reaction was one of disgust upon first viewing it. The combination of the harsh, almost angry black lines used and the stark imagery of the scene as relayed by the artist left me with a thoroughly unpleasant impression of its subject. I shuddered as I cast my eye over it in an attempt to take in the picture of what seemed to be of a man, tall, with long, thin arms and legs. His face was partially obscured by one of his gaunt white hands, but what could be seen was monstrous. A prominent vein protruded from his forehead, leading up to a pallid, bald head. His eyes were deep set into his skull, and the surrounding woods seemed to twist and lean away from him fearfully. At first I assumed that the picture was some form of hideous graffiti, but at the bottom of the page was inscribed the date of 1578, and a rather unusual name, Herbert Solomon. Whether this was the name of the menacing figure in the drawing or of the artist, I didn't know. Disturbed yet compelled by that dark woodland scene, I decided that the book required further study. I desired greatly to know who this creature was, and why someone had felt the need to capture this strange form in a drawing. A drawing at the back of a book otherwise used to record the lives of the townsfolk. On closer inspection, what surprised me further was that the same image seemed to recur elsewhere in the book, but drawn by apparently different individuals. Within the book, I found numerous mentions of Herbert Solomon, and it became clear quickly that he was indeed an emaciated man in the picture. He had lived in the 16th century on the outskirts of Ettrick Town. It was a small and underdeveloped place, surrounded on all sides by thick cover of Ettrick Forest, which itself sat in the midst of a vast region of southern moorland. The town had a small parish church, with one humble steeple. An inn normally used by those traveling through the unforgiving countryside, and quaint cobbled streets which wound their way around the stone cottages in the town. According to the descriptions in the book, during the December of 1577, children began to disappear from the town. The first was a young girl by the name of Alana Sutherland. She had been playing with some friends by an old well on the outskirts of the town, but had dropped a small toy down it accidentally, which had caused her much distress. Unable to retrieve it, she returned home to borrow some string and an old hook in the hopes of being able to fish the doll out of the water below. She was last seen walking towards the well just as the sun set. In a panic, the townsfolk searched. They dredged the well. They combed the wheat fields, and even sent several groups of those willing into the surrounding woods. Alas, the girl was not found. A few days later, a young boy by the name of Eric Kennedy was running an errand for his grandmother. It was dark, but he had only to take some wool over to the Munro place as way of thanks for the grain they had provided. And they lived but only a few streets away. It was assumed that at least the center of the town would be safe. But the boy never completed his errand. He vanished, as if he were torn from existence. By the end of January, an unusually bitter winter had caused significant damage to the town and its people. Large, thick sheets of ice and snow covered each house and building. Several people died from the cold alone, and the general mood of Ettrick Town was a somber one. Despite these trying times, the townspeople were more concerned with the safety of their offspring. In total, 7 children had now disappeared without rhyme or reason. Whole families wept in despair, and the people of Ettrick began to view one another suspiciously. They knew the truth. Someone was taking their children from them. By mid-February, 2 more had went missing. By mid-February, 2 more had went missing, and accusatory glances were now being shared between every family and every member of the community. The town elder decided to act, and took upon himself the arduous task of identifying and catching the fiend. Bureaucratic discussions were had, church groups convened, and in every house, in every street, in every corner of Ettrick, one name crossed the lips of its inhabitants: Herbert Solomon. The more the name was mentioned, the more certain his guilt became. Herbert Solomon was an outsider. He lived in a small wooden cabin amongst the woods which surrounded the town, and due to his unfortunate appearance, tended to avoid human contact. What his malady was, no one was sure, and in the unenlightened times of the 16th century Scotland, many believed that he was cursed. Modern eyes would have guessed him to be the victim of a wasting disease. He rarely ventured into town, except on a few occasions, to trade for supplies, and even in those instances, he covered his face with a brown tarnished hat and a gray piece of cloth, which obscured his features below 2 deep-set and darkened eyes. Several of the townsfolk told stories of Herbert Solomon. According to these accounts, he would stand on the edge of the forest, watching the farmers till their lands, and their children play in the fields. It was his fascination with children which left many feeling uneasy. Some of the town's children returned home from playing near the woods on a number of occasions with beautifully crafted dolls and toys. They were a present from Herbert Solomon, and being innocent children, they could not know of the dangers therein. When the children began to disappear, eyes immediately turned to the strange man living in the woods. Accusations were carried by the whispers of fearful parents, and as the whispers increased in number, so did their volume, until it was decided that Herbert Solomon must be stopped. On a cold February night, the elders of the town decreed that Solomon should be arrested immediately. Grief, anger, resentment, and fear grew to a fever pitch with this news, and every man, woman, and child set out across the fields, entering into the surrounding forest in search of the child killer Herbert Solomon. Details of exactly what occurred that night are limited, but it seems as though the people of Ettrick Town attempted to remove Herbert from his small cabin by setting it on fire. The crowds cheered as the heat grew and the fire rose. His screams echoed throughout the woods, finally to be silenced by the flames. The townsfolk believed that justice had been done, and while the grief of the parents whom had lost their children could never be quenched, there was at least the satisfaction of knowing that the man responsible was now dead.
However, over the following few days, an unease descended upon the entire town. Stories began to spread of strange encounters in the streets at night, a gaunt, shadowy figure prowling the cobbled stones. Hiding in the darkness within a week, numerous residents claimed to have woken up during the night to the petrifying sight of an unwelcome visitor. One account was of an elderly lady who woke to the sound of something rustling under her bed, only to nearly die of shock as a tall, thin man pulled himself out from underneath. She fainted, but not before she saw his face. A withered complexion, as if ravaged by disease, his eyes blacker than night, his hands comprised of tightly pulled skin over a bony exterior. Another story consisted of a local tradesman who, while investigating a noise from his cellar, was confronted by a hideous figure, so tall and gaunt that it had to hunch over to avoid the low ceiling entirely. Its sheet-white face flickering in the candlelight. The man managed to escape, but he refused to re-enter their premises. It became clear to the townspeople that the vengeful ghost of Herbert Solomon was still searching for other victims from beyond the grave. His hate and hideous form haunting the town which murdered him. With each passing day, the sightings grew in intensity and number. A fog descended on the town, and people wept and grieved as the sound of Herbert Solomon's terrorized each person night by night. He was seen wandering amongst the wheat fields, in the cellars and lofts of cottage houses, his long, gaping footsteps ringing out each night through the streets of Ettrick Town. They had been cursed. In life, Herbert Solomon had taken and murdered their children, and now in death, he seemed to possess the twisted means to terrorize the entire town. Then the unthinkable happened. Another child went missing. A young orphan girl, who often wandered the streets when she could not find a place to call home for the night, was heard screaming for her life. The townsfolk rushed to their windows, looking out but not daring to leave the imagery, or the imaginary safety of their houses, paralyzed by fear. The screaming ceased quickly, and moments later, wandering aimlessly out of the fog, came the menacing figure of Herbert Solomon. He rushed down the street, his lifeless arms bashing against the houses which he passed, scraping the doors and windows with his rigid fingers, emitting an unnatural yell of anger and hatred on his way. The girl was gone, and the town grieved once more. In the preceding days, the fog grew denser, and with it came the unwelcome news of 2 more children taken. One a girl who, after having a raging argument with her family, left the house never to be seen again. The other a boy named Matthew, the son of a notable drunk, who was taken from his own bed by the hands of Solomon while the father lay unconscious from drink. During a church service, the unthinkable happened. Solomon appeared briefly in the aisles of the church, seemingly unaffected by consecrated ground. The congregation whimpered in horror and disdain as his warped, spindly form walked slowly behind a pillar and then vanished. It was indeed a show of influence. Hope was almost lost. Not even a place of worship could deny him, and he was now capable of entering any home at night and then taking whatever or whomever he wished. The town had to act, or abandon the place altogether. But there was no guarantee that the curse of Solomon would not follow. The local vicar, a man by the name of Mackenzie, was asked by the people of Ettrick to use any sacred power which was ordained to him. In an attempt to destroy or banish the spirit of Solomon, a plan was provided. The vicar and a few chosen individuals armed with torches, swords, which had been blessed, and vials of holy water,
would take guard over the town, waiting for the cursed figure of that child killer to show his face once more. Then they would confront him. Observing as much of the town as possible from several house windows, roofs, strategic street corners, Mackenzie's chosen waited. They did not, however, need to wait long. That night the lonely figure of Herbert Solomon appeared through the mist, walking the streets of Ettrick with purpose. Yells and screams rang out as people alerted one another that Solomon had returned. Families held their children close as dark thoughts consumed the town. Please spare my child. Take another's. Mackenzie was the first to confront him. His will was shaken by the sight of Solomon's hideous pallid face, rotten and ravaged. The gangly, spindling figure stood staring intently at the vicar through black, clouded eyes. Another man now joined, then another. Before long, Herbert Solomon was surrounded. Mackenzie instructed the men to slowly close the circle, drawing their swords with one hand while brandishing flaming torches with the other. Fear gripped them, but they knew that this could be their only chance. Mackenzie threw a vial at Solomon's lumbering feet, and he uttered a Christian psalm. Another man struck out with his torch. The blow cracked as the cloth-covered arm of Solomon caught fire. Cheers rang out from the townsfolk, watching from their homes above, but the man had strayed too close, providing a gap in the circle which Solomon claimed with purpose. He fled. His spindling legs and flailing arms cast spider-like shadows on the walls and cobbled streets as he passed. The townsfolk gave chase, following the pathetic figure as it negotiated each street corner, lane, and courtyard in an attempt to escape their rage. The noise alerted the town. Herbert Solomon is trying to flee. From every home across the town, people poured out of their houses, carrying whatever they could as way of a makeshift weapon. They flooded the streets and ran towards the protestations. Shouts and screams of Solomon's pursuers. With every turn of a cobbled street corner, Solomon was running out of place to hide. Finally, as he stumbled down the street's main street, he stopped. The townsfolk had blocked all escape routes. He was trapped. Mackenzie pushed his way to the front of the crowd, asking for quiet and calm as he approached the hunched, defeated figure of Herbert Solomon. He and his chosen few were going to rid the town of Ettrick of this abomination once and for all. Vial in hand, accompanied by several large, bullish men brandishing swords, Mackenzie approached slowly reciting verses from the Bible. Through dark eyes, Herbert Solomon observed the townsfolk, their faces etched with hate and thoughts of revenge. Moving towards him, and then he simply turned and entered an open doorway next to him. The people gasped, and Mackenzie and his followers rushed inside after him. The house they had entered was still, and lying on the hard wooden floor of the main hallway was a pale body of a young girl. The creaking of floorboards under weight sounded above as numerous pursuers searched the house, disappointed to find nothing. Something miraculous occurred. The little girl gasped for air. She was alive. She had little or no strength. All she could do was utter one word. "Below." The cellar of the house Mackenzie found a grim and horrific scene. The floor was covered in blood, and the quiet, dead body of a man lay face down upon it. Chained to the walls of that dim place were the children who had been taken. They were partially drugged, malnourished, and traumatized, but they were alive. The town rejoiced with the news. Families were reunited, lives were mended. The mist of a bleak and horrible winter slowly lifted, and all seemed well. On regaining their strength, the children recounted what had befallen them. Each of them had been taken by a man called Tom Sutherland. He was the father of the first girl who had went missing, and it appeared that it was he who had killed her. No one knew for sure, but many were aware of his bad temper, and on more than one occasion he had beaten poor Alana. Consumed by guilt and loss, Sutherland began taking children at knife point and locking them in his cellar, often drugging them with a local herb, and occasionally beating them while pathetically weeping in self-pity. On the day that the children were found, Sutherland entered the cellar drunk, carrying a knife and rope. He began striking the children once more, and told them that one would die that day. He untied one of the children and pinned her to the ground with his knees, the knife hovering over her neck. But just as he was about to plunge the blade into her, someone entered the house. Sutherland grew ferocious with anger. But whoever was standing at the top of the staircase struck such fear into him that he quickly backpedaled into the cellar, ducking under the doorway Ducking under the doorway was the tall, scarred figure of Herbert Solomon. At the sight of him, and now being free, the little girl crawled quickly between Herbert's long legs. She was free, but too weak to run. She fainted before she could escape the house. Details of what happened to Tom Sutherland were muddied by the unstable, semi-conscious condition of the witnesses, but it was clear that his neck was broken, his head twisted with such force that it faced an unnatural, opposite direction. There were various accounts of subsequent glimpses of Herbert Solomon, and some of the children claimed to find beautifully crafted dolls and toys on occasion sitting at the edge of the woods. But of course this cannot be substantiated. Indeed, I would have said that the entire story could not be substantiated if it were not for the events which I experienced several months after reading that old book in the depths of St. Andrews University. A colleague and a dear friend of mine invited me to stay at this family home for a few days in the countryside. I knew that the house was in the borders, not half an hour's drive from Ettrick, and could not miss the chance to have a closer look at the area. I had managed to persuade the powers that be to allow me to take the book from St. Andrews and show it to my friend. He had a particular interest and not insignificant knowledge of the history of the area. I thought perhaps he could shine a light on the curious tale. His family were very kind to me, and the house and its grounds were serene in the summer sun, with his children playing in the fields, having a carefree, happy time. After reading the book, he told me that it was fascinating, and that he knew of a local poem which had been written in the 17th century about a man called Solomon who killed children, but he could not tell me any more. The next day we heard screams coming from a nearby the house. It was my friend's little girl. We raced outside following the cries for help over an old fence and down a steep grassy hill. We reached a winding and furious river. The girl had fallen in and was clinging to a large tree root, which thrust out from the opposite embankment into the water. The root was wet, and my friend let out a scream of anguish as his daughter lost her grip, being swept down the stream towards a large formation of huge sharp rocks, which jutted out from beneath the surface. The river would not let go, and was throwing her around with such force that it was difficult to see how she could survive. Filled with the abject terror that she could drown, we finally made it to the water's edge. As we rushed into the murky torrent, we watched helplessly as the poor little girl was about to crash into the rocks. We were too far away. Suddenly, our attention was grabbed by the cracks and creaks of a tall, gaunt figure at the other side of the river, rushing out of the woods at tremendous speed. On the opposite bank, with one swift motion, a thin, bony hand plunged into the violent water, prevailing against the immense currents, finally pulling the young girl to safety. She was alive, frightened, crying, but alive and unhurt. The pale-faced, emaciated figure placed the girl gently on the ground, stared at us from across the water through darkened eyes as we ourselves clambered to safety, then turned and disappeared into the woods, fading away to nothing but a memory. Even in death, Herbert Solomon was the kindest and gentlest of souls. I love that story. Ah, my throat. So what'd you guys think of that one? Did you like that one? I love that one. That is one of my favorites. It is long, yes. It is long. But in my opinion, fucking worth it. Oh my god, your voice was so creepy to come back to. Welcome back, Xerxes. I literally just finished reading the one of the longest stories and the last serious story that we had tonight. Also, Jordan, I saw that stare. Are you demanding that I add that one to what we read tonight, Jordan? Does Jordan want that one here tonight? I will say, hearing you read the end of that gave me an idea for my next time's reading. Oh yeah. Nah, you don't have to? Okay. You want me to put on the boy? Okay. I'll put on the boy. If it comforts you, Penguin, I'll put on the boy. You know, I'm actually gonna cuddle the boy. I'm gonna cuddle the boy. I could put him on, but I think cuddling the boy would be better for you. After all the tales I had you listen to tonight. Yeah, what'd you guys think of The Melancholy of Herbert Solomon? One of my favorites. Give me your opinions. Also, let me know what you think of the whole night, really. Which ones were your favorites? Y'all don't have to be shy now. Jordan, what was your favorite? It was good. It was a good take. I was happy at the ending. I know, right? Like, what a wonderful twist. And that's why I said the one we read before this one, that was much shorter, The Always With You, had that similar kind of twist. Like, the big bad that you're seeing, or that you're hearing about, isn't. I think mine was The Russian Experiment. You think I read that one well enough? The Russian Sleep Experiment. I didn't hear enough to really say, but the atmosphere in here with your voice did seem really cool. Thanks, Xerxes. Well, like I said, you'll be able to catch the VOD, but I'll probably be splitting these up and putting them on the YouTube if you guys like them. Thank you, that's the name, yeah. Wonder how many people I scared off. Or bored. I could have bored a bunch of people, I don't know. You know what? Because Jordan keeps putting the stare, I feel like I have to read it. As weird as it may be to do. That way people have context for what this means. What do you think? Give you guys an extra sort of serious one? Since Xerxes is back, I'm sure he wants to. Before we do the silly one for bio. This one is a bit popular. I'm down to hear anything? Okay. This one was posted back in January of 2015. And this is one that Jordan and I read together on Discord while I was doing some researching for this and setting stuff up for this. Which again, if you aren't following our Discord, you can catch shit like this. You can see teasers for upcoming special event streams and whatnot. Because usually if I'm working on stuff for the stream, there's a good chance I'm going to be streaming it on the Discord. With the exception of Bronze Enigma stuff, because I don't want my players to get spoiled. So yeah, if you aren't already, feel free to follow. And take a look whenever I'm live. You never know what you're going to catch. Could just be hanging out, could be working on something, could be playing something. I need to get back to Tales of Berseria too. Tiger, I need you to come back, be free so I can play Tales of Berseria for you some more. Alright. So here's this one. Submitted by Toxic Lullaby. January of 2015. Funny Mouth. The story has parts that take place in a forum. Like an old chat room. So bear with it. Funny Mouth has joined hashtag Reefer Sales.
Hello everyone tonight. I like to lick the blood out of in the person. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Come on. Smile.
Funny Mouth has left hashtag Reefer Sales. Ghost George. Holy fuck, what the fuck? Lemon Lime Skull. That just happened? Yes, Skull. Yes, it did. First thing I could probably note is that I'm Lemon Lime Skull. In other words, that's my screen name up there. That was the first time I saw or heard from Funny Mouth. And for all intents and purposes, it should have been the last. Anyone who spent enough time chatting away knows that weirdos come and go. Folks pop in to ask insane questions or just to troll a populated channel. What first struck me as odd about the Funny Mouth guy, however, was the fact that he came and went with no particular goal. He didn't try to piss anyone off. He didn't ask if anyone was on the channel knew how to fix his computer or remove a virus. He just stuck his head in, rattled off some random text, and happily fucked off. Lemon Lime Skull. So really though, what the hell? Ghost George. Not a clue. Skull. He's in another channel if you want to find out. Hashtag blood. Do not, sir. Bitch. I don't know what results I expected from following this guy to another channel. Not the type that goes out of his way to annoy or argue with people. I'll usually avoid it at all costs. Though, once someone starts with me, I don't mind getting into that point. I guess what I'm saying is, I have no idea why I pursued this. Lemon Lime Skull has entered hashtag blood. Hey! He was sitting there in the channel by himself. He responded with just this weird emoji. So... He stared again. So you're staring at me? That's rude.
Sorry. I just do it. It's okay.
I see.
Stare.
I actually chuckled out loud at this point. He was weird and inoffensive. You can come back to hashtag reefer sales if you want. We're not going to boot you, if that's what you're worried about.
Stare.
Or not. Whatever, man. You just seemed interesting. And I'm bored tonight.
I am broad tonight, too. I always don't.
You always don't what?
I always don't, that's it. I always don't because they don't. And then... I get silly.
Okay. Well, see you around.
Stare.
And with that, I left. The act got old fast. And I felt either this was someone trying too hard, or a legitimate moron who was unaware of how to properly use a chat program. Sitting idly by yourself and popping into other channels for a split second seemed like a desperate bid for attention. Might have done that and laughed my ass off in or around the 90s, but yeah, stupid. Ghost George. Skull. Nothing. I seriously don't know what he was saying. Welcome to the internet. What's sad about that? What's sad is that, besides you and me, that guy's the only active user here all night. Lemon Lime Skull kicks Killjay and shouts, "Wake up!" Ah! Silence dominated the channel for about half an hour, as I minimized the window and went about my business. Anyone on? Nothing. 8 users in the channel, not a single one active. Boring. Why are you people so boring? Stare. Wake up! Lemon Lime Skull puts everyone's hand in a bowl of warm water. Took me a few seconds to see it. Funny mouth again. Staring again. Physically slumped my shoulders with it. Had this shit again. Sigh. Then I noticed he wasn't in the channel. Anyone else see him? Of course not. Because you're all idle. Obviously it was a glitch with either my client or the server. The message was kicked up from earlier in the night at random. These things happen. Still, creeped the hell out of me. After a few minutes sitting there with a really cold, creepy feeling in my stomach that I shouldn't have done something feeling, I decided to stop trying to brave it out and just closed out the entire chat program. Sure, I could have just hung out like everything was fine, but why bother trying to prove I wasn't spooked? Hell, nobody was even around to see me slink away. After a few more hours screwing around on the web, I went to bed around 2:40 a.m. One thing I've always prided myself on is that I do not have nightmares. At least not regularly. Usually if there are monsters or ghosts or nuclear wars in my dreams, I get to control it. I have a great time. I'm shooting zombies in the face, outright telling ghosts they're not real while I'm laughing at them. And if there's some disaster, I always know how to get to the safe spot while every other motherfucker fries. I've had maybe 4 actual nightmares in the past 10 years. And yes, I'm completely serious. The first nightmare of my adult life was in 2005. I'd just broken off a relationship with someone who had been with someone else for over a year behind my back. That night, when I finally did get to sleep, I dreamt she was strapped down on a medical table while some sort of unseen, inexplicable creature sucked her brain out through an organic machine. The brain screamed ceaselessly. The second nightmare had me visiting a medical facility where they were experimenting with new methods of saving lives. And there was a fantastic tour of this high-tech facility. Lots of wonders of modern science, people in lab coats, etc. Then I was led to a room where 3 car crash victims had been saved by their techniques. This included a slowly rocking young girl whose face had been completely distended and hung around her chest, and a woman who was nothing but a cluster of twitching severed limbs, all held together by a drawn-out kite-like span of flesh. The third came soon after the second. I was being accosted by 2 people. One who wanted to insult me to no end, and the other who kept trying to pinch and tweak me in absurdly ineffective ways. Thinking I could control this dream like others, I set the 2 men against each other, thinking it would be sort of poetic justice. Instead, the pincher became increasingly violent. The pincher became increasingly violent until he was pulling at the other's cheeks, grabbing his tongue with a fist and furiously pulling until it came out. Then he pulled the fellow's eyelids until they distended in some sort of grotesque prolapse. I suppose what I'm getting at is, even when I did have nightmares, I was never actually the target of any sort of horror. It was always been a kind of empathetic horror related to someone else getting brutalized. This night, however, was different. As soon as I fell asleep, I started dreaming. Basically, it was a recurring dream I have when I'm in the woods, just checking out animals and birds and generally acting chill. I lie in the grass and look up at the sky. It's always a dream I welcome. Because even if I've had a shit day, I'll wake up happy and ready to start over. This time, the script changed. Laid in the grass, but while I was staring at the sky, I felt something odd. It was a cold, squirming feeling on my neck. In the dream, I reached to my neck and pulled away a long, writhing earthworm. Earthworms disgust me. If I see one in the yard, I'll specifically get a shovel and heap dirt over it, simply so I don't have to actually see it again. Disgusted, but more or less content, I flung the worm aside and continued my dream. Then, that feeling again. Clammy, wet, wiggling against the side of my neck. I pulled another worm away. Again it happened. The third time, the feeling of confusion and dread became so overwhelming, I immediately snapped myself out of the dream. That's what usually happens when shit gets real in my dreams. Game over. I figured it out, though, at least. I thought I had. In the waking world, I felt my neck and discovered a slick, slimy film on my neck. Logic dictated that I must have been drooling in my sleep. Nothing to be proud of, but not exactly terrifying either. My dreaming mind must have translated the icky feeling into an appropriate creature in the forest dream. Perhaps more unsettling, though, the fact that the bed around me seemed to have indentations. 4 to be exact. It was almost as if someone on hands and knees had been hovering over me as I slept. There was any number of reasons that could have happened, but from then on that night, I slept very lightly. Any little thing, like the sound of the ceiling fan, would wake me up straight away. I had no real interest in going back to the woods that night. When the morning came around, I got ready to take off. To get out of the house and shake the cobwebs out. I only planned to check my email real quick to make sure I didn't have any pending transactions or questions to answer. Surprise! From Funnymouth at blood.com. 2:42 a.m. Charles Watts.
I had a good time to talk to you. It can be fun again. You'll see what. I don't like it. Stop it.
As you probably recall, I hadn't given this asshat my email address. However, logical answer, someone else on the channel must have. He obviously came back to #ReeferSales, asked someone who I was, and that douchebag completely betrayed me, knowing I don't give my personal contact info. Although, the email was dated at 2:40. That was pretty much the moment I went to bed, when everyone else on the channel was still idle. Even though I well and truly knew I was taking some sort of bait, I responded. From Charles Watts, 9:29 a.m. to Funny Mouth. Yeah, bro. Not exactly sure I want you emailing me. It was clear and to the point. There was no mistaking the message I was sending. And though it was snippy, I wasn't goading him into replying by starting a flame war. But of course, from Funny Mouth, 9:30 a.m. to Charles Watts.
Come on. Don't be so sad about it. I know you can like it. We will have fun a lot of the time. It's okay, even.
And with that, I blocked his address. Really, I should have done that in the first place. But I still had some sick sort of interest in exactly where this was going. Maybe if I put my foot down, he would admit that he was just screwing around and call me a humorless wet blanket. When I saw it was just the same old bullshit, that gave me the green light to go ahead and shut the guy out. For what it's worth, you can relax at this point. The blocking stuck. There was no follow-up message, circumventing the ban. After a few minutes, I assured myself that that was all over, and I went about my day. It wasn't until I got home at dusk that the cold, squirming feeling in my stomach started all over again, and I had no idea why. Well, that's not entirely true. I had some idea. I checked my email. Nothing from Funny Mouth. However, there was an email from George. George D. 2:03 p.m. to Charles Watts. Hey, ReaverSales.com is fucked up. Can't get it to load. When you're online, please take a look ASAP. Peace and carrots. George. Blood. Lol skeletons added by lol skeletons. I let out a sting of curses. Downtime meant lost sales. And I've been out all day and with no way for George to contact me. If I'd been a little less strict with my personal info, he could have just called me. I loaded the site and waited for some sort of error screen. Instead, it began to reroute to another page. Blood.com. From Charles Watts, 6:15 p.m. to George. Yeah, I see it. It's redirecting to a website with a giant pixelated face with a messed up tongue. I think this has to be Funny Mouth's piece of shit. Did you give him my email? With the domain in it? From George. It's a 404 page, not a redirect. I want what you're smoking. All I get on Blood.com is coming soon notice. I didn't give anyone shit, George. From Charles. Har har har, funny. Then George emailed me a screenshot of the site giving a 404 error, along with the coming soon notice for Blood.com. Could have easily faked them, but why? I mean, if this was some sort of joke, it was pretty abstract, and I didn't get it. When I looked at my website files, everything was normal, nothing was out of place, and nobody had even logged in to change anything. I checked the domain name servers, the thing that routes a domain where it's supposed to go, and nothing was out of sorts. Still, there was this bloated, tongue-waggling face looking back at me with its empty eye sockets. Then, I don't know how I missed it in the first place. Looking closely, the picture of that face wasn't really pixelated. It was made of tiny letters, HTML code coloring, each letter specific to the image. Over and over again, the word that made up the image was right in front of me. Funny mouth, funny mouth, funny mouth, funny mouth, funny mouth, and a great cluster of nonsense. I felt like spitting at the screen. I unblocked his email address and set about writing an incredibly profane and threatening letter. I didn't really care if I got the site back at this point. I just wanted to get everything off my chest so I could feel like I was in control of the situation again. Before I could finish the letter, I just got this weird, creepy feeling again. That, no, it couldn't be feeling, where you know you're being absurd, but at the same time you know you're right. I stopped hacking out my death threats and checked the inbox. From Funny Mouth, Charles, 7 a.m. Or 7 p.m.
I see your handsome face.
From Funny Mouth to Charles, 7 p.m.
Hello, buddy.
From Funny Mouth to Charles, 7:01 p.m.
Come on.
From Funny Mouth to Charles,
Hello.
From Funny Mouth to Charles,
Hello, 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 hello.
From Funny Mouth to Charles,
I don't want to not.
From Funny Mouth to Charles,
I don't think about it, please, though.
From Funnymouth to Charles, 7:01 p.m.
I see your handsome face.
Not only was that feeling correct, the feeling that he had already emailed me the minute I unblocked him, but it seemed he had steadily been emailing me nonstop since I'd blocked him. 10 more letters arrived within the time span it took me to reply. From Charles to Funnymouth. Fucking stop! I was getting a stress headache. My heart was pounding, not from fear, but rage. This was probably the most absurdly infuriating person on the internet, and that's saying a lot. Thankfully, the string of letters did indeed stop. I tried to calm myself down, breathing deeply, but it didn't seem to take. I was still incredibly pissed. Slowly, methodically, I sent him another note. From Charles to Funnymouth. Hi. I don't understand what you're saying, and I do not understand what you want. I think there may be a language barrier. Is your first language English? I think you have done something to my website, and I would like you to undo it. If you are mad at me, I did not intend for this to happen. You may have misunderstood what I said or what I meant. Please change my website back. Let's both go our separate ways. Thank you. I waited. I thought about how I'd conquered my anger, and that this measured response was really the best way to go about it. This fellow would understand what I meant. He'd realize the mistake he made. Calm down. Everything was going to be okay. Then, email from Funnymouth to Charles Watts.
Stare.
I hit the roof. I hit the goddamn roof and went clear through it. I smacked the monitor with my palm, knocking it clear off the desk. That pissed me off even more as I drove my fist into the keyboard repeatedly until the keys flew free. I screamed out a mixture of frustration with myself and rage over the situation and stormed out of the room, knocking down everything and everything I could get my hands on. For as long as I could manage the energy, I laid waste to my own shit. I would have started a fire and burned the fucking place down if I had a lighter on hand. That night, I stared at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity before sleep came. Waiting for sleep, I knew I was going to have a nightmare. I just knew it. That was how my luck was going. Imagine how surprised I was, even in sleep, when instead of some horrific setting, I was someplace safe. The woods. I laid on the grass again. I felt the relaxation. I knew, even my subconscious knew, that everything would be okay. No matter what setbacks life threw at me, the world would go on. Nothing was permanent. Everything was in transition. Nobody could really get to me. I felt the squirming against my neck. Nope, no dice. Nothing could spoil this right now. I ignored the worm. It would go away. I felt the squirming move to my mouth. Now I couldn't will myself awake. Every other time I'd been able to decide to wake up, but it seemed like that opportunity had now passed. Then it wasn't a worm. It was a finger. Then another. Then more, until 4 slimy, squirming digits were locked around my teeth, clutching my lower jaw. It didn't hurt when it happened. It was just sort of like a pop. More pressure than pain. It was quick, and before I even knew what was going on, it was over. I then managed to force myself awake. I sat up, got to my feet in complete darkness. Feeling my way around the walls, I made my way into the bathroom. There, I finally flicked a light switch. I stood before the mirror, rubbing my eyes as the harsh light blinded me. I stared into the mirror for minutes on end, with no reaction, no feelings, no thoughts. And I smiled. I smiled as best I could, now that my jaw was completely broken. Hanging loose around my neck, my tongue lolled out listlessly, like a paralyzed, gooey slug. My teeth weren't rooted in anything but threads of flesh. I could pull them out by hand, with about the same discomfort as a needle prick. I laughed. The halting sound coming out like the gurgle of a backed-up sewer drain. What a handsome face. What a funny mouth. A funny mouth. A funny mouth. Funny mouth. Funny mouth. Lemon Skull has joined hashtag Reefer Says. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Smile. George. Hey, where the fuck were you? Hello? Charles? Stare. Lemon Skull has left Reefer Says. Thank you, music. That was actually perfect timing for the fade out. Yo, Jade, how are you doing? Hello, hello. How did everyone enjoy Funny Mouth? How did everyone enjoy Funny Mouth? Jade, how are you, friend? I don't know how long you've been lurking around. What is the story? I just wanted to say hi to my friend Brandon. I'm sorry, we're doing Creepypasta night. And we're almost to the end. But welcome in. I've been good. I've been having fun with tonight. We read 15 stories so far tonight, as well as a bunch of random 2-sentence scary stories. It was good. I'm likely going to be breaking these up, maybe doing some minimal editing to fix some of the moments where I stumbled, and uploading them onto YouTube. I've been chilling, just adjusting to my new schedule, your new sleep schedule. Oh yeah, that's right. That's why I can't raid you anymore. Because I have to be up until like 6 a.m. to catch you now. Which is not going to happen. Otherwise my mods will kill me. Oh no, 6 a.m. your time, so that would be 9 a.m. my time. That ain't happening. My mods would definitely kill me if I did that. Funny Mouth was an experience indeed. Dude. Xerxes. Dude. You know my thoughts on it already. Jordan, I'm pretty sure your thoughts on it are... Stare. I can't think of any other way to voice that particular emoji. Or emoticon, I should say. It's not an emoji, it's an emoticon. Also, I like how, after all the reading we've done for the past 4.5 hours, my voice has hit this as its base. Like, this raspiness is my base voice right now. That ought to work great with our final silly one. It's not really an easy one. It's not. The only way I can think for it is just stare. What time do you usually wake up? I was waking up at like 4 p.m. before. My sleep schedule's been all screwed up since, let's see, when the kids finally left, I screwed up my sleep schedule so I could be up for breakfast before they went to the airport. So I'm still trying to fix it, but I'm trying to get back to where I'm waking up at like 12, 1 o'clock. Because I do stream late. If I wake up earlier, I'm just not sleeping. I was looking into the story for, I was thinking of for next time. I don't think it's going to happen. What story? What story is it, Xerxes? Also, if I'm not mistaken... I wonder if I can find it. Because I remembered there was a sequel to Russian Sleep Experiment. That may have been just someone on YouTube who wrote their own story, I'm not sure. But like, again, I'm East Coast, Jade, so if I get back to waking up at noon, that would be 9 o'clock for you? 9 a.m.? Which I think you might be done your stream at that point. I'm not sure how long your new schedule streams are going to be. But I do still love you, Jade. I do. I'm there in spirit. I never got my report on Final Fantasy IX. Talk. a 12-part story with the first part alone being over 3,000 words. It's lore for a game I backed that's written by a fan of Lovecraft stories. Yeah, I'm not dictating a 12-part story where the first part is 3,000 words. No, if you want me to do that, they're gonna need to pay me to read their book. And dictate that as a book on tape. Jesus Christ, that would be so long. That would be hours and hours. And ending around 11 a.m. or 12 noon, I find. Your time or my time? If it's your time, that would be 2 to 3 p.m. My time. Because you're West Coast and I'm East Coast. Yeah, so I might be able to catch you. Maybe. Final Fantasy 9, I'm still on disc 3, so report still being written? Okay. How's it going? What is the top of your head? One word. What do you think of it so far? One word. That's right, I'm being really cruel. One word. That's all you get. Forgot how long that was. I forgot it was that long when I thought of it. Man, I now can't read chat. One word, and why is that word awesome? Confuzzled? Why are you confuzzled? Wait, you're on disc 3. I think I know why you're confuzzled. Which means you're still not quite, I think, at the point of my favorite track from Final Fantasy IX. And the #1 moment of that game that always makes me cry. Honestly, Jade, it's less of a mindfuck than 7. 7's mindfuck is super mindfuck. Well, Jade, when you finally beat the game, you and I can have a sit-down. Hell, we can have a sit-down live so people can hear us, talk about it, and I can try and answer your questions. Because that is my favorite game of all time. There's a scene towards the end of Disc 3, beginning of Disc 4, that gets me to cry every time. And the very end of the game gets me every time. Final Fantasy VIII has more of a mindfuck than 7. Final Fantasy VIII after Disc 1 is just a mindfuck. I haven't even played through that whole game, and I know that. 7's mindfuck is even worse when you see all the expanded story and how it ties in. 7... They have treated 7 like Kingdom Hearts, and it's just so goddamn complicated to get all of it. Do you know all the story details inside and out? Maybe not all, but I am good at Google Foo if I'm stumped on something. But again, I've played through that game over a dozen times. Eight doesn't have a mindfuck. It's just not a concise story. Oh, you say that, Jordan. You say that, Xerxes. You say that it's not a mindfuck because the entirety of like 90% of that game is just all mindfucked. I didn't say it was good mindfuck. It's mindfuck with no answer. That's why there's so much theory crafting, as Jordan just posted. Also, I like how we're doing Creepypasta night and we just got sidetracked with Final Fantasy. I apologize. But how have you all enjoyed what bits you've been able to catch up tonight, and those who have been here the whole time? What have you thought of tonight? Do you think this is something that you would be totally hyped for us doing again? Should I make this a goal again in the future? Some of Final Fantasy can be creepypasta. I'm now afraid to do this Google search. There are Final Fantasy creepypastas. I'm not surprised. My point is proved. I'm excited for a mod creator that works on Final Fantasy VIII. He did a mod for Final Fantasy VII that reworked the story and made it the remake we really needed. So I'm excited to see what he has done with 8. It's the internet and Final Fantasy. Of course there is creepypasta. Yeah, the question is any of it good? Or is it going to be like most of the Sonic creepypastas? Telling you right now, if anyone suggests next time for a creepypasta, I'm going to be doing searches for hyper-realistic blood. If that shows up in your creepypasta, I will be reading it with the silliest goddamn voice I can. Because every shitpasta uses hyper-realistic blood. If there was any Final Fantasy game that deserved a remake, it's Final Fantasy, in my opinion. I just wanted a good remaster of 9. I'm worried about a remake of 9. Because I don't have much interest in the 7 remake. I don't. Not that I don't like where they're going with the story. I didn't have a problem with that. It's more, I didn't like changing it over to being that weird action combat. I don't care for that. Just don't. But you know, that's the route that Square's going with all of their JRPGs now. All their Final Fantasies are going to be that way. Which just means I'm likely not going to be playing most of them. But as always, I will look at games if people end up throwing them at me. Just, you know, don't guilt me if I hate it. What are your thoughts on this Final Fantasy IX anime they're making? Excuse me, what? They're making an anime of Final Fantasy IX? This is the first I'm hearing of it. I'm interested where it's going, but I felt like it's not necessary. I mean, 7 was good, but in my opinion, I like 9 a lot better. And I always have to say, in my opinion. When it comes to any of my views on games, it is always in my opinion. We all like different things. I hate open world. The greatest game of all time could be an open world game, and I'll probably still shit all over it. Because a lot of the tropes of open world games are my issue. And that ain't going away, because that's the tropes of open world games. No, it was a leak, but I thought there was a confirmation said somewhere. Okay. But yes, I hope you all have enjoyed this jaunt that we've taken tonight into the world of creepypasta. And I will probably make some sort of poll to find out from you all later if you would like to see this again added as a goal. Jordan thinks that it should be a sub-goal again. Okay. And hopefully next time people can give me some links to suggestions that they like read. As long as it isn't like, you know, the fucking Silmarillion, you know. Because, like, I love the Russian sleep experiment. It is very long and wordy. And it takes a lot reading something that length in one go live. Takes a lot. All right, the final creepypasta of the night, specifically for our good mod and fellow streamer friend Biohazard, which those who know what it is without me spoiling it have told me to read it seriously. So enjoy.
So you're with your honey, and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it, and the voice is saying, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl, and she say, "My dad is dead." Then who was phone?
Someone clip that for bio, please. Who was phone? The most notorious shitty tiny pasta ever. It's Bio's favorite. So not confirmed yet. According to IGN, the Las Vegas Licensing Expo earlier this year had a thing on the schedule for a Final Fantasy IX TV anime, but it got pulled 2 days before the show. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But yes, that was all of our creepypastas for the night. And no, I'm not kidding. That last little short one was the one I'm doing for Bio. So again, please, I hope someone clipped that, so that I can send that to him. Or you can just post it into the Discord's clips channel and tag Bio. I'm sure he will appreciate it. God, that one's so stupid. I love it. Hey, there you go, Jordan. You got it. What do you think, Jordan? Did I read it well? Will he be pleased? He's probably not going to be pleased. It's Bio. He hates me. Let's be honest. But yes. That is all the stories for tonight. Sure he'll love it? Great. I hope you all had yourselves a wonderful time. If you missed bits of it, you'll be able to catch the VOD, of course. But I will be probably chopping it up and placing each story as their own video over on YouTube. Just so I can get it out there and see if some people may like it. I want to know if people like this kind of stuff because, again, a bunch of you keep making comments about my voice acting and saying that I should, you know, give it a shot. So think of this as my first attempt at trying to put something specifically voice acted out there. Just me narrating some stories with different voices and see what people think about it. I know I have much crazier voices which don't exactly work with creepypastas, which is why I didn't use them. But if next time this becomes redeemed as a reward during our sub goals for the months, maybe we'll be able to do it. And you guys can throw me some creepy ones or shit pastas that are just stupid, and I can read them with some of the sillier voices. Who knows? Who knows? But yes, thank you guys so much for coming by and hanging out tonight.